Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. The sun beat down on the sprawling flea market, casting long shadows across the worn asphalt lot. I wiped sweat from my brow, squinting through the haze of early summer heat. My press badge hung heavy around my neck, a reminder of tomorrow's deadline looming over me like a guillotine blade. 3 months at the Chronicle, and still nothing but coffee runs and obituaries. This puff piece on local treasures and what flea markets say about our community was not exactly award material, but it was a step up, maybe. I had already spent 2 hours photographing vintage lamps and interviewing elderly women about their depression glass collections. My recorder had captured their trembling voices describing pieces just like Grandma used to have. The kind of wholesome, forgettable content that filled page 16 when the ad space did not sell. That is when I saw it, the electronics table tucked in the far corner of the market, a mountain of tangled cords, obsolete devices, and forgotten technology. The kind of place where I might find something that did not scream, "I am a broke journalist making do with hand-me-downs." The vendor did not look up as I approached. He sat hunched on a metal folding chair, thumbing through a paperback with yellowed pages. Sweat stains bloomed beneath his armpits, spreading across his faded flannel despite the heat. His face remained shadowed beneath a trucker cap pulled low. "Find anything interesting?" he asked without looking up. His voice had a sandpaper quality, like he gargled with gravel each morning. "Just browsing," I replied, picking through a box of digital cameras with cracked screens and missing buttons. That is when I spotted it. A voice recorder nestled between a broken game console and an old brick phone. Not the cheap plastic one from the office supply store that constantly jammed. This was professional grade. Black metal casing, substantial weight, with a small display screen and proper condenser mic attachment. The kind actual journalists used. "How much?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual, holding up the recorder. He finally looked up. His eyes were pale, almost colorless in the shadow of his cap brim. $20, he said. Then his lips quirked up slightly. "It works. Battery is good too." I turned it over in my hands, Sony professional recorder, retailed new for around $500. Even used, they went for at least $100 online. The device showed some wear. A few scratches along the metal casing, a small dent on one corner, but nothing serious. "Mind if I test it?" I asked. He shrugged. "Be my guest." I pressed the power button, pleasantly surprised when the display lit up. Battery at 72%, better than my phone. I hit record, spoke a quick, "Testing, 1, 2, 3, and played it back. Crystal clear audio, no buzz or hiss. "Sold," I said, digging for my wallet. Maybe with equipment like this, I would finally get assigned something meaningful. Maybe Richards would see me using professional gear and think I deserved professional assignments. As I handed over the 20, our fingers brushed. His were ice cold despite the heat. He held onto the bill a moment too long, staring at me with those pale eyes. "Enjoy," he said finally. "Got a lot of memories stored on that one." "Oh yeah." I turned the recorder over again. I will probably just format it. Might want to listen first, he suggested, returning to his book. Never know what you might learn. Something about his tone made the hair on my arms stand up, but I nodded and pocketed the recorder, chalking it up to flea market weirdness. Every vendor had their quirks. Part of the charm I was supposed to be writing about. I spent another hour at the market, completing interviews for my article, but the recorder sat heavy in my pocket the whole time. Something about the vendor's suggestion kept nagging at me. The way he had said it, like he was letting me in on a secret. Back in my car, air conditioning blasting against the summer heat, I pulled out the recorder again. 5 audio files, each numbered 1 through 5. The oldest dated 3 months back, the most recent just last week. My finger hovered over the play button. Ethically, I knew I should just delete them. Someone's private recordings were not mine to hear, but I was a journalist, was I not? Curiosity was practically in the job description. I pressed play on the first file. A man's voice filled my car, casual, conversational. Testing, testing, new recorder. Let us see how this picks up. A woman laughed in the background. You and your gadgets, Tyler. Her voice was warm, affectionate. Hey, Rebecca, come closer to the mic. Tell me about your day. The woman, Rebecca, sighed playfully. You know about my day. You were there for most of it. Humor me. I want to test this thing's range. Rebecca launched into a story about a difficult client at her design firm. Her voice was animated, moving around the space as she talked. The recorder caught everything perfectly. Her footsteps, the clink of ice in a glass, even the subtle change in acoustics when she moved between rooms. I listened, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. This was mundane, personal stuff, nothing sensational, just a slice of someone's private life. I should stop. But then the man, Tyler, asked a question that made me freeze. If someone disappeared, how long do you think it would take for people to really start looking? Rebecca laughed, but it sounded uncertain. What kind of question is that? Just curious. You always say nobody at your office appreciates you. If you did not show up one day, how long before someone filed a report? Tyler, that is morbid. It is hypothetical, part of my novel research. A pause. I do not know. A few days, maybe? My sister would notice if I did not answer texts. Tyler said. Interesting. The recording ended there. I sat back, uneasy. It was probably nothing. Just a writer working on a thriller, testing dialogue. But something in Tyler's tone left me cold despite the summer heat blasting through my windows. My phone buzzed with a text from my editor. Where is that flea market copy? Deadline is tomorrow morning. I started the car, telling myself I would listen to the rest later. But as I pulled away, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The electronics vendor stood at the edge of the parking lot, watching my car. Even from this distance, I could feel those pale eyes following me. He raised his hand in a small wave as I drove away. It was not until I was halfway home that I realized. I had never told him my name, but he had watched me the entire time I browsed his wares, almost like he had been waiting for me specifically. Almost like he had known exactly what I would buy. I could not sleep that night. The voice recorder sat on my nightstand. its small power light glowing in the darkness like a watchful eye. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the vendor standing in the parking lot, hand raised in that knowing wave. Around 3 a.m, I gave up on sleep. I switched on my lamp, grabbed the recorder, and settled back against my headboard. My finger hovered over the play button for the second file. I told myself I was being ridiculous. They were just recordings, probably nothing sinister at all. But that question about disappearing kept echoing in my head. I pressed play. The second recording started with music playing softly in the background, classical, something with violins that I did not recognize. Tyler spoke first. "Rebecca, come sit down. I made dinner." "It smells amazing." Her voice was closer to the recorder this time. "You did not have to go to all this trouble. 3 months together deserves a celebration." The clink of silverware against plates, the gentle pour of wine into glasses. They talked about normal things, work stress, a movie they had seen, plans for the weekend. I almost turned it off again, feeling like a voyeur in their intimate moment. Then Rebecca asked, "So what were you writing earlier? You were so focused." "Just some ideas for the novel." "The thriller? The one about the serial killer?" "Yes. I think I might have figured out the perfect murder method." Rebecca laughed. "Should I be worried?" "Of course not." Tyler's voice was light, but something about it made me tense. "But theoretically, if you wanted to get away with murder, what would you do?" "I do not know. I have never thought about it." "Come on, everyone has thought about it." "Well, not me." Rebecca's tone had cooled slightly. "It is a bit morbid for dinner conversation." "Just humor me. Writer research." A pause. Then Rebecca sighed. "Fine. If I had to kill someone and get away with it, I would probably make it look like an accident, like maybe they fell downstairs or something. Too obvious. Police look for that. What about poison? Something untraceable? Do those even exist? Sure. Certain plant toxins break down quickly in the body. No trace after 48 hours. The conversation continued in this vein, growing increasingly detailed. My stomach turned as Tyler described methods with an enthusiasm that seemed beyond simple research. Rebecca grew quieter, only occasionally murmuring responses. Finally, she said, "Can we talk about something else? This is making me uncomfortable." "Sorry." Tyler did not sound sorry, just got carried away with the creative process. The recording continued for a few more minutes of stilted conversation before ending. I sat in my bed, staring at the recorder. The timestamp showed the file had been recorded 2.5 months ago. I picked up my phone. It was nearly 4 a.m, but I did not care. I searched Rebecca Designer Missing and added our city name. Nothing relevant came up. I tried various combinations of search terms: Rebecca Designer, Rebecca Missing, recent disappearances women. Nothing that seemed connected to the woman on the recording. I put the phone down, feeling foolish. Of course there was nothing. I was letting my imagination run away with me. Just because some guy was interested in murder methods for his novel did not make him a killer. I had nearly convinced myself of this when my phone chimed with a text message. Unknown number. "Enjoying the recordings?" My blood went cold. I stared at the message, then back at the recorder. Had the vendor somehow tracked me through it? Was there some kind of GPS in the device I had not noticed? My fingers trembled as I typed back, "Who is this?" 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Finally, "Just curious if you've listened to all the files yet. They get better." "How did you get this number?" Press badge, easy to read from where I was sitting. I remembered the badge hanging around my neck at the flea market. My full name and phone number were printed on it, standard policy for journalists on assignment. "What is on those recordings?" I typed. "Listen and find out." I should have turned the recorder off, deleted the files, called the police maybe. Instead, I picked it up again and pressed play on the 3rd file. This one started differently. No music, no casual conversation, just the sound of a door opening and closing, footsteps, a man clearing his throat, Tyler. Rebecca and I had a fight. His voice was lower than before. Controlled. She did not like the questions I was asking yesterday. Said I was obsessed. Said my novel research was getting creepy. He laughed softly. If only she knew. More footsteps. The sound of a refrigerator opening and closing. The clink of ice in a glass. She does not understand the creative process. The need to immerse yourself in your subject. To truly understand what you are writing about. A long pause. The sound of liquid being poured. I have decided to show her, to make her understand. My heart pounded in my chest. This was crossing a line from unsettling into something else entirely. I put something in her wine tonight, just a mild sedative, nothing dangerous, just enough to make her sleepy. Then I will explain everything. Make her understand what I am trying to accomplish. I nearly dropped the recorder. This was not research. This was not fiction. This was a confession, or a plan. The recording continued with mundane sounds, water running, glasses clinking, occasional muttered comments too quiet to make out, then a doorbell. "She is here." Tyler's voice was eager. Time to begin. The sound of a door opening. Rebecca's voice, bright but with an edge of wariness. "Hey, I got your text. You said you wanted to talk?" "Come in. I poured you some wine. The red you like." "Thanks. Look, about yesterday, I am sorry if I came across harsh. I just think sometimes you get too deep into your work and forget the line between fiction and reality." No apology needed. I understand completely. That is actually what I wanted to talk about crossing lines. Their voices moved around the space. The recorder must have been set down somewhere central. I could hear them clearly, could track their movements through the apartment. Rebecca asking questions about his novel. Tyler answering vaguely, always steering her back to her wine. "You seem tired," he said eventually. "I do feel a bit strange. Maybe the wine was not a good idea on an empty stomach. Here, sit down. Let me get you some water." Shuffling sounds. Rebecca's voice growing fainter. "Tyler, I feel really dizzy. What was in that wine?" "Just something to help you relax, so we can have an honest conversation." I do not understand. Her words were slurred now. "What are you doing?" "Creating art," Tyler said simply. "The most authentic art comes from real experience. You will help me understand my character better. The victim, the fear, the desperation." "Tyler, this is not funny." Panic had entered her voice. though muted by whatever drug he had given her. "I want to go home." "But you are going to help me with my research, Rebecca. Just a few more questions." The recording ended abruptly. I sat frozen, clutching the device in my sweaty palm. This was not a novel. This was real, and based on the dates, it had happened just 2 months ago. I picked up my phone again, the text conversation with the unknown number still open. "These are real, are not they?" I typed. The reply came instantly. "Keep listening. You are only halfway through the story." I should have called the police right then, should have handed everything over, but something kept me from doing it. The journalist in me, perhaps, the need to know the whole story. Or perhaps it was fear, the knowledge that whoever had sent me that text message knew exactly who I was and where to find me. My finger hovered over the play button for recording number 4. Sleep never came that night. The voice recorder taunted me from the nightstand, its power light blinking like a tiny heartbeat in my dark bedroom. Every creak in my apartment building made me jump. Twice I got up to check that my door was locked. Morning light finally spilled through my blinds. I looked like hell in the bathroom mirror, bloodshot eyes, stubble crawling across my jaw. My editor would be expecting that flea market piece on his desk in 3 hours. Fuck the flea market piece. I called in sick. Richards grumbled, but didn't push it. 3 months of perfect attendance had earned me 1 mental health day. After a scalding shower and 2 cups of black coffee, I sat at my kitchen table with the recorder. Part of me wanted to drive straight to the police station. Drop this cursed thing on some detective's desk and walk away. Let the professionals handle it. But what would I say? Some creepy guy sold me a recorder with what sounds like evidence of a crime, but I don't know the full names of the people involved or where they live. And by the way, I think the seller might be stalking me now. They'd laugh me out the door. No, I needed more information. Concrete details the police could act on. The 4th recording might have names, addresses, something useful. I hit play. This recording started with the sound of shuffling, then a door opening, heavy breathing. "Testing," Tyler's voice whispered. "Day 1 of the experiment." The rustle of movement, a soft moan, barely audible. Subject is secure, minimal bruising from restraints, still heavily sedated. More shuffling, the sound of a chair scraping across floor. "Rebecca, can you hear me? Blink if you can hear me." A pause. "Good. This will be easier if you cooperate. The sedative should wear off soon. Then we can begin." Rebecca made a muffled sound like she was trying to speak through something covering her mouth. "I know you're confused, scared. That's natural. But this is important work we're doing. Art requires sacrifice." The recorder picked up what sounded like Rebecca struggling against restraints, the panicked breathing through her nose, small, desperate sounds from her throat. "I'm going to remove the gag now. No one will hear you if you scream. My apartment is soundproofed. Writer's necessity, you understand." A ripping sound, tape being pulled away. Rebecca gasped. "Tyler, please. Whatever this is, it isn't funny anymore. Let me go." "This isn't a joke, Rebecca. This is research, the most authentic kind." "Research for what? Your stupid book?" Her voice cracked. "People are going to look for me. My sister knows I was coming here." "Does she? Check your phone. The text canceling our plans came from you, as did the message to your boss about taking a spontaneous vacation. Everyone thinks you're on a beach in Florida right now. Silence, except for Rebecca's increasingly panicked breathing. "You're insane," she finally whispered. "No, I'm committed to authenticity. Do you know how many crime thrillers get the details wrong? The psychology, the progression of fear. I won't make those mistakes." "Tyler, you don't have to do this. We can forget this happened. I won't tell anyone." His laugh sent chills down my spine. "We've barely started, Rebecca. Let me show you something." Footsteps, the sound of metal items being arranged on a hard surface. "What is that?" Terror made her voice rise. "Please, Tyler, please don't." "Just tools for our research. Today we're studying fear, pure unfiltered fear. I need to document its progression, how it manifests physically, the changes in your voice, your breathing, your pleas." She began to sob. The sound of it raw, primal terror made my stomach clench. I nearly turned off the recorder right there, but I forced myself to keep listening. "Let's begin," Tyler said, his tone clinical. "Tell me how you're feeling right now. Be specific." "Fuck you." A sharp slap. Rebecca cried out. "That's not helpful. Let's try again. Describe your fear." Silence, except for her ragged breathing. "Rebecca, cooperation makes this easier for both of us." "My heart," she finally whispered. "It feels like it's going to explode. My mouth is dry. I can't think straight." "Good. Physical manifestations of acute fear. Now on a scale of 1 to 10. "Why are you doing this?" she interrupted. "I thought you loved me." Tyler sighed like a disappointed teacher. "This isn't about love, Rebecca. It's about art, about truth. You'll help me create something authentic, something real." "You're recording this, aren't you?" Her voice changed, a horrifying realization dawning. "This is for your precious fucking book." Very perceptive. "Yes, everything is being documented. For posterity." The sound of metal scraping against metal came through the recorder. "What's that? Tyler, what are you doing? Please, please don't." The recording cut off abruptly. I realized I was gripping the edge of my table so hard my knuckles had turned white. My phone buzzed. Another text from the unknown number. "Fourth recording getting interesting, isn't it? The fifth is the best. The finale." My hands shook as I typed. "Who are you? Why did you give me this?" "Just a fan of your work. Thought a real journalist might appreciate a real story." "This isn't a story. It's evidence of a crime." "Is it? Or creative fiction? Hard to tell these days." "Did you hurt Rebecca?" "I'm just the middleman. The recorder finds its way to people who'll appreciate it." That didn't make any sense. The recorder finds its way? What the hell does that mean? "Some things want to be heard." I dropped my phone like it had burned me. This was crazy. All of it. Yet the fourth recording had sounded so real. Rebecca's terror hadn't been acted. No one was that good. I opened my laptop and tried more focused searches. Rebecca designer missing plus our city name, nothing. Recent disappearances women, plus neighboring cities. A few results, but nothing matching Rebecca's description from what little I knew. I even tried Tyler Ryder with various combinations of crime and thriller, thinking he might be published somewhere. Again, nothing useful. Maybe they used fake names on the recordings, but why would they? If these were real, if Tyler had actually done those things to Rebecca, why document it with their real names? Unless he never expected anyone else to hear the recordings. Or unless he wanted someone to hear them eventually. My phone buzzed again. Ready for the finale? I ignored it. Instead, I tried one more search. Voice recorder. John. Murder evidence. John. Flea market. To my shock, results appeared. 3 of them, spanning the past 5 years. The first was a local news article from a small town 2 states over. Local man arrested after flea market purchase leads to murder investigation. The second was a Reddit post titled, "Creepy voice recorder I bought has what sounds like someone being murdered on it. What should I do?" The third was a blog post by a woman named Maria Chen, the voice recorder that almost cost me my life. I clicked on Maria's blog first. The post was long, rambling. She described buying a high-end voice recorder at a swap meet, finding recordings on it, a man and woman talking. The conversations growing increasingly disturbing, the woman's distress escalating with each recording. By the final recording, Maria wrote, I was listening to what sounded like her murder. The man kept saying, "No one will ever hear this." Then there was this awful wet sound, then silence. My blood turned to ice water. Maria continued. The worst part came after. The texts from an unknown number. Someone watching me. I went to the police, but they couldn't trace the number. Couldn't find any evidence of the people on the recordings. Said it was probably an elaborate prank. Then someone broke into my apartment. I got home just as they were leaving. Never saw their face, but they'd left something on my bed, a new voice recorder, brand new. With a note, "Your turn." Maria ended her post writing that she'd moved to another state, changed her name, never told anyone where she'd gone. The date on the blog post, 6 months ago. My phone buzzed again. I looked down at it, my mouth dry as sand. Time for the 5th recording, the grand finale. Against every instinct screaming at me to run, to call the police, to throw the recorder away, I picked it up and pressed play on the 5th and final file. Even before I heard the first sounds, I knew exactly what was on it, what had to be on it. And I knew what the wet sound would be. My pulse throbbed in my fingertips as they hovered over the play button. Sweat beaded along my hairline despite the air conditioning blasting through my apartment. The weight of what I was about to hear pressed down on my chest, making each breath shallow and quick. Before pressing play, I grabbed my phone and called the police. Enough playing detective. This was beyond me now. The dispatcher answered with practiced calmness. I tried explaining, words tumbling out too fast, too frantic about the recorder, the apparent documentation of torture, possibly murder. "Sir, do you have any names or addresses where this alleged crime took place?" "No, but..." "Any identifying information about the victim or perpetrator? Full names? Workplaces?" "Just first names. Tyler and Rebecca. She works at a design firm, but I don't know which one." A pause. "And these recordings were purchased second-hand at a flea market?" The skepticism in her voice was unmistakable. "Yes, But there are others who found recorders like this. I found blog posts. Sir, we can send an officer to take a report, but without actionable information, there's not much we can do. It could be an elaborate prank or an art project. An art project. Tyler's words about authentic art echoed in my head. So that's it. You won't do anything. File a report. If you discover any concrete information about a crime, contact us immediately. She took my information and hung up, leaving me with nothing but a case number and the recorder still sitting on my table. The walls seemed to press inward. My kitchen felt suddenly too small, too exposed. I paced back and forth, checking window locks, peering through blinds at the street below. Was someone watching my apartment right now? Was Tyler out there, or whoever had sold me the recorder? My phone buzzed again, the same unknown number. Listen to the recording. You'll want to hear how it ends. The hairs rose on the back of my neck. Pins and needles crawled down my arms. I needed answers, damn it. I snatched up the recorder and jabbed the play button for the 5th file. Silence at first, then shuffling, the sound of a door opening and closing, footsteps approaching. Day 7, Tyler's voice, more excited than in previous recordings. Subject shows remarkable resilience, still holding on to hope, fascinating from a psychological perspective. A whimper in the background, Rebecca's voice, hoarse from screaming or dehydration or both. Please, water. Of course, footsteps, the sound of pouring liquid. Here. Gulping sounds, desperate and animal-like. Thank you, Rebecca whispered. Her voice was different now, flat, mechanical, the voice of someone whose terror had crystallized into something else entirely, something like resignation. You're welcome. See? Cooperation makes things easier. My family, they have to be looking by now. Nobody's looking, Rebecca. Your sister received texts from your phone about extending your vacation. Your boss got an email about a family emergency. Everyone thinks you're exactly where you're supposed to be. How long? Her voice cracked. How long are you going to keep me here? Until the experiment is complete. What experiment? You keep saying that, but you won't tell me what you're studying. Tyler sighed. I suppose there's no harm in explaining now. My novel needs authenticity. I'm documenting the stages of captivity, the psychological breakdown, how hope dies, how the mind fractures under prolonged fear and isolation. A chilling pause. But most importantly, I'm documenting what happens when someone realizes they're going to die. Rebecca's breathing quickened. You're going to kill me. Not a question, a realization. Yes, eventually, when I have everything I need. The stark honesty turned my legs to jelly. I sank onto my kitchen floor, back against the cabinets, recorder clutched in my trembling hand. You can't do this. You'll get caught. Rebecca's voice had gained a desperate edge. Killers always make mistakes. You're recording everything. That's evidence. Tyler laughed a normal, pleasant laugh that now sounded deranged in context. Who would ever hear these recordings? They'll be destroyed when I'm finished. All except the last one. Why keep the last one? Because sometimes we need reminders of what we're capable of, the depths we can reach when we commit fully to our art. Their voices continued, Rebecca begging, Tyler explaining his process with detached enthusiasm. I listened, teeth clamped so tight my jaw ached, as he described what would happen to her recordings after her death. I'll wipe them all clean, then I'll sell the recorder at some second-hand shop, some flea market, let it start its journey again. Again? Rebecca's voice was barely audible. You've done this before. The recorder finds its way to people who'll appreciate it, people like me, people who understand what real art demands. My stomach lurched. The recorder finds its way, the same phrase from the text messages. Was Tyler the one texting me now, or someone else? How many were there? The recording continued with sounds of movement, metal clinking against metal again, Rebecca whimpering. Today we'll be testing pain thresholds, Tyler said, clinical once more. I need to document realistic reactions for my protagonist. Tyler, please. Rebecca's voice rose in desperation. This isn't you. This can't be you. The man I knew was just the surface. This is the real me, Rebecca, the artist beneath the mask. What followed were sounds I'll never forget. Rebecca's screams built slowly at first, then rose to a pitch that tore through my head like physical pain. I scrambled to lower the volume, but couldn't look away from the recorder, couldn't stop listening, as if somehow by bearing witness I could retroactively save her. The screaming eventually stopped, replaced by ragged breathing, sobs. Excellent, Tyler murmured. Very authentic. The recording continued with merciful stretches of silence, broken by occasional questions from Tyler, reactions from Rebecca that grew weaker, more distant. Then his tone changed, became contemplative. I think we're approaching the finale, Rebecca. You've given me everything I needed. The progression has been perfect. Please, she whispered, so faintly the recorder barely picked it up. Let me go. I won't tell anyone. You know I can't do that. Then just kill me. Stop dragging it out. A pause. Are you afraid to die, Rebecca? Yes. A single broken syllable. Tell me why. Because I don't want to disappear. I don't want to be nothing. You won't be nothing. You'll be art, immortalized in my work, the most authentic victim ever captured on the page. Footsteps approached. The sound of Rebecca's breathing quickened. What are you doing, Tyler? Shh, he soothed. It's time for the final scene. No, wait, please. Her voice cut off in a gasp. Then she spoke again, slower, confused. What did you? Just something to make the transition easier. You'll feel sleepy soon. You said, her words were slurring now, you said no one would ever hear this. My ears rang. The exact phrase from the prompt. You said no one would ever hear this. No one who matters, Tyler replied softly. Silence stretched. Rebecca's breathing slowed, grew shallow. Then came the sound, a long, wet gurgle, the sound of someone drowning in their own blood. After that, silence, footsteps, the rustle of movement. Guess I'll need a new one, Tyler's voice, casual as commenting on the weather. I hope they like flea markets. The recording ended. I barely made it to the bathroom before vomiting, acid burning my throat. When I straightened, spots dancing in my vision, my phone was buzzing on the kitchen table. I staggered back and looked at the screen. Now you understand. The recorder chose you, just like it chose me. My fingers trembled so badly I could barely type. Who are you? A link in the chain, a keeper of the tradition. What tradition? Murder. Art, the most authentic kind. The recorder finds those with potential, those who understand what real creation requires. I wanted to fling the phone across the room. Instead, I typed, "You're insane." We thought that too at first. Everyone does. But you'll come around. They always do. They? Others who found the recorder, who heard its stories, who understood what comes next. And what comes next? The response took longer this time. Finally, you find someone. You make your own recordings. You pass the recorder on. The tradition continues. My legs gave out. I slid down the wall to the floor, phone clutched in my sweating hand. And if I don't? Then someone finds you instead. Like I found Tyler when he hesitated. Like someone will find you if you break the chain. I looked up at my apartment windows. Were the blinds arranged exactly as I'd left them? Was that shadow outside normal? "You're watching me right now, aren't you?" I typed. The reply came instantly. Always. The recorder must be passed on. The tradition must continue. I looked back at the voice recorder sitting on my kitchen table, its small red light blinking steadily, waiting. What if I go to the police? With what? A recorder full of what could be performance art? A text conversation with an untraceable number? Others have tried. Check the blog posts. See what happened to them. Maria Chen's words flashed through my mind. Someone broke into my apartment, left a new voice recorder with a note, "Your turn." My phone buzzed with a new message. "Time to start recording, journalist. You have the perfect voice for it." 5 days passed in a blur of paranoia. I barely slept, barely ate. The curtains stayed drawn. I called in sick to work until Richards threatened my job. Even then, I only filed the flea market story remotely, a sanitized piece about community and nostalgia that made no mention of electronics vendors with pale eyes. The voice recorder sat inside a shoebox, buried under winter clothes in my closet. Out of sight, but never out of mind. The texts kept coming. Time to start recording. Choose someone, anyone. The tradition must continue. I stopped responding after day 2, started documenting everything instead. Screenshots of the texts, photos of the recorder, notes about the recordings, timestamps, direct quotes. Everything a good journalist would collect. On day 5, I made my decision. Not to become a killer, not to continue whatever sick chain this was, but to break it. The police had been useless on my first attempt. This time, I needed to be smarter. I needed evidence they couldn't dismiss. I dug out the business card of a detective I'd interviewed for a piece on property crime last year. Detective Mercer. She'd been straightforward, competent. Most importantly, she'd taken me seriously. I called her personal number, not the station. "Mercer," she answered on the 3rd ring. "This is Alex Moore from the Chronicle. We met last year for that series on apartment break-ins." "I remember. What can I do for you, Moore?" "I need to talk to you. Off the record, at least initially. It's about a murder." A pause. You reporting a crime or working on a story? Both. Maybe. I have evidence, but it's complicated. To her credit, she agreed to meet me at a coffee shop downtown, public enough to be safe, private enough for conversation. I arrived early, chose a corner table with my back to the wall, ordered coffee I couldn't taste. My eyes scanned every customer, every passerby on the street outside. Was one of them watching me? Following me? Detective Mercer arrived right on time, plain clothes, but I spotted the subtle bulge of her shoulder holster under her jacket. She sat across from me, ordered a black coffee, and got straight to business. So what's this evidence of murder? I pulled out my phone, loaded with the screenshots, and a USB drive containing copies of all 5 audio recordings. I bought a voice recorder at a flea market 5 days ago. It contained recordings of a woman being held captive and eventually murdered. And now whoever sold it to me is sending threatening messages, implying I need to kill someone else and pass the recorder on. To her credit, she didn't immediately dismiss me. Her expression remained neutral as I walked her through everything: the recordings, the texts, the blog posts from others who'd found similar recorders. She listened to portions of the audio files. Her face darkened at the 5th recording, especially at the wet, gurgling sound near the end. "Have you received any direct threats?" she asked. "Anything specific saying they'll harm you if you don't comply?" "Just vague implications, that someone will find me if I break the chain." She nodded slowly. "So we're looking at potential murder, stalking, and criminal coercion." She pocketed the USB drive. "I'll need the original recorder as evidence." "It's at my apartment." "Then let's go get it." The walk to my apartment building took less than 10 minutes. I felt safer with Mercer beside me, her alert eyes scanning the street periodically. Still, my key shook as I unlocked the building's front door. In the elevator, she asked, "Have you noticed anyone following you? Any unfamiliar vehicles or people hanging around your building?" "I've barely left my apartment since finding the recordings, but I feel watched constantly." The elevator doors opened on my floor. We walked down the hallway, my anxiety spiking with each step. What if someone had broken in while I was gone? What if they were waiting inside? But my door was still locked. Everything inside looked untouched. I went straight to the closet, dug out the shoebox, and handed Mercer the recorder. "I need to document this properly," she said, taking photos of the recorder with her phone. "Chain of custody is critical if this becomes evidence in a criminal case." As she worked, I glanced at my own phone. 3 new text messages from the unknown number. "What are you doing?" "Who is that with you?" "This isn't how it works." I showed Mercer the messages. Her expression hardened. "They're watching your building," she said quietly. "Probably right now." My throat constricted. "What do we do?" "We use it to our advantage." She pulled out her own phone. "I'm calling for backup and a tech team. Whoever this is, they've made a mistake. Texts can be traced. Surveillance means they're physically nearby." While she made the call, I peeked through my blinds at the street below. Cars, pedestrians, nothing obviously suspicious, but they could be anywhere, in any of those vehicles. Behind any of those windows in the building across the street. Mercer finished her call, Officers are on their way. They'll set up a perimeter and sweep the area. Our tech team will work on tracing those text messages. Will that work if they're using burner phones? Maybe not the texts alone, but combined with surveillance footage from the area, witness statements from the flea market, and the recorder itself, we'll build a case. She paused. But first, I need to ask you something important. What? Are you absolutely certain you weren't involved in creating these recordings? That this isn't some elaborate attempt at pitching a crime story? The question stung, but I understood it. Check the dates on the recordings. I was covering city council meetings when the first 4 were made. Dozens of people can verify my whereabouts. And I don't have the technical expertise to fake something like this. She nodded. Had to ask. Now let's. My phone buzzed again. A new message. You broke the rules. Front door, 2 minutes. Mercer read it over my shoulder. Get away from the windows. Now. She guided me to the bathroom. No windows. 1 door. Solid walls. Drew her weapon. Stay here. Lock the door. Don't open it for anyone but me. Before I could protest, she was gone. I locked the bathroom door, hands trembling so badly I could barely manage the simple task. Pressed my ear against the door, straining to hear anything beyond my own pounding heartbeat. Minutes crawled by, voices in the hallway outside my apartment, heavy footsteps, the crackle of police radios. Then 3 sharp knocks on the bathroom door. Moore, it's Mercer. You can come out now. I opened the door cautiously. Mercer stood there, gun holstered, looking grimly satisfied. We got him, or one of them, at least. She led me to my living room, now filled with uniformed officers. Through my open front door, I caught a glimpse of someone being handcuffed in the hallway. Male, medium build, wearing a dark hoodie. He was coming up the stairs when our first officers arrived, Mercer explained. Had this on him. She held up an evidence bag containing a knife. Another bag held a brand new voice recorder still in its packaging. And this. She showed me a third bag with a folded note inside. Even through the plastic I could read the words. Your turn. Is it him? The vendor from the flea market? No, different guy entirely, but we found multiple phones on him, including the one used to text you. And guess what? He has the same recorder in his car that you bought at the flea market. Same model. So there are more of them? A group? Looking that way, we'll know more once we question him. The next 12 hours passed in a whirlwind of statements, evidence cataloging, and revelations. I sat in an interview room at the police station, telling my story over and over to different detectives. They brought photos, asked if I recognized faces. One was the flea market vendor. Another was a woman who'd apparently been watching my building. By morning, the outlines of the case were becoming clear. A loose network of killers connected not by personal relationships but by the recorders themselves. Each finding victims, recording their torture and murder, then passing the recorders along to potential new recruits. Some accepted the twisted invitation. Others, like Maria Chen, ran. Some probably became victims themselves. How many? I asked Mercer when she brought me coffee around dawn. We've identified at least 7 so far, across 4 states. The recordings go back years. Different victims, different killers, but the same methodology. The same ritual. And Rebecca, the woman in my recordings? Mercer's face softened slightly. We've got a team working to identify her now. The man who made those recordings, Tyler Kasdan, has been missing for 3 months. His apartment was cleaned out. No evidence left behind. He said in the recording that he was going to destroy them all except the last one. Looks like that's their pattern. Keep only the final recording as proof of what they've done, as inspiration for the next killer. I stared into my coffee cup. What happens now? Now we build our case. The 3 we arrested today will lead us to others. We'll find as many of the victims as we can, bring them justice. She paused. And you go back to your life. With police protection for now. My life. The words felt hollow. How could I go back to writing fluff pieces about flea markets after this? I want to write about it. The whole story. Mercer frowned. Not yet. Not until we've made more arrests, identified more victims. But eventually, yes. People should know this story. 3 months later, I submitted the first draft of the recorder ring to my editor. With the police investigation public now, Richards had given me all the time and resources I needed to tell the story properly. What had started as a 5-part series for the Chronicle had grown into a book deal. 17 killers arrested across 6 states, 23 confirmed victims, including Rebecca Lawson, whose family finally got answers after believing she'd simply abandoned her life. 4 more suspects still at large. And 52 voice recorders recovered as evidence, each containing that final recording, that final moment, each meant to be passed on, to continue the chain. I still jump when my phone buzzes with an unknown number, still check my locks twice before bed, still wake from nightmares where I hear that wet gurgling sound. But I'm telling their stories now, the victims, not the killers, giving voices back to those who had them stolen. The recorder chose me, but not for the reason they intended, not to continue their tradition, but to end it. Every day I get emails from readers who've checked their second-hand purchases more carefully, who've gone to police with suspicious recordings. 3 new arrests have been made based on tips generated by my articles. The chain is breaking, link by link. Sometimes late at night, I think about that moment when I first saw the recorder at the flea market, how easy it would have been to walk past, how different everything would be if I had. But I didn't walk past. I picked it up. I listened. And because I did, the recording finally found the audience it was meant for, not another killer, but someone who would make sure the world heard what needed to be heard. Justice, not tradition, became the legacy of that voice recorder. And somewhere out there, I know Rebecca would approve. My name's Caitlin, and what I'm about to share still doesn't make sense to me. It's the kind of thing you read online and dismiss as paranoia, or a trick of an overactive imagination. I would have thought the same thing too, honestly. But this isn't a ghost story, not exactly, or even something I can easily explain away as anxiety or stress. I'm writing it down because I need it to exist outside my head, because maybe, if I get it out clearly enough, I'll finally understand what happened in that apartment. I moved into the top floor unit of a small, slightly run-down apartment building on the edge of town. It was cheap, decent enough, and quiet, everything I was looking for after a messy breakup and a year spent sleeping on friends' couches. The landlord, Mr. Hartley was an older guy, gruff, but friendly enough, the kind who mumbled to himself while fixing things and kept his glasses on a string around his neck. He handed me the keys with a distracted smile, told me the unit was all mine, and warned me the hallway lights flickered sometimes. "The wiring's old," he shrugged, "but it's quiet up here. No one else on your floor." I liked the sound of that. After months of couch surfing, the idea of a quiet, private space was exactly what I needed. It wasn't anything special, a small living room, kitchenette, bedroom, bathroom, and a closet barely big enough for my clothes, but it was mine. I unpacked that afternoon, boxes stacked around me, music playing quietly on my phone. I felt comfortable there at first. But that first night, something changed. I woke around 3 a.m, disoriented, listening to someone moving quietly behind the wall, the one my bedroom shared with the neighboring apartment. At first, I thought it might be pipes, old buildings creaking, the usual noises you rationalize when you're half asleep. But the longer I listened, the clearer it became. Footsteps, soft pacing, deliberate and rhythmic, like someone walking slowly from one side of the room to the other, then pausing, then pacing again. My chest tightened slightly. It wasn't frightening exactly, just unsettling. Mr. Hartley had specifically told me no one else lived up here, but maybe I'd misunderstood. Maybe he'd meant no one else on my side of the hall. That had to be it. I tried to ignore it, to drift back into sleep, but the pacing continued, soft and persistent, mixed with something else now, a quiet, gentle humming. A woman's voice, faint and melodic, like a lullaby, hummed absently to pass the time. It wasn't unpleasant, but something about it felt wrong, out of place, too careful, too deliberate. By morning, it seemed like a bad dream. The daylight made the whole thing seem foolish, overblown, and I laughed at myself as I made coffee, shaking off the lingering feeling of unease. But the question stayed with me, nagging gently at the back of my mind. Who was in that apartment? Later, when I ran into Mr. Hartley in the hall, toolbox in hand, I asked casually, "Hey, do I have a neighbor up here?" He glanced at me, eyebrows raised slightly. "Neighbor?" "The unit next to mine," I clarified, pointing down the hall. "Thought you said no one lived there, but I heard someone last night, moving around, humming, just wondering who it was." He stared at me a moment longer, then shook his head. "You must have heard wrong. Nobody lives there." I frowned slightly. "Are you sure? I definitely heard something." "Apartment sealed," he interrupted firmly. "Has been ever since the fire 5 years ago. Nobody's been in there since then. Walls are thin, that's all." I stood there, suddenly uncomfortable, unsure what to say next. Mr. Hartley seemed to notice my unease, his expression softening slightly. "Just old noises, Caitlin. Nothing to worry about, I promise." He walked away without another word, leaving me standing awkwardly in the hallway, feeling somehow foolish and unsettled at the same time. Later, when I passed by the unit, I paused, staring at the closed door. It looked ordinary, same faded paint, same brass numbers, but something about it now felt different, heavier. I reached out slowly, pressing my palm flat against the wood. It was warm, warmer than it should have been. Not hot exactly, but noticeably warm to the touch, as if something behind it was radiating heat. I stepped back quickly, pulse quickening. Mr. Hartley had said nobody was inside, that it was sealed. But I'd heard something. I knew I had. That night, sleep was difficult. Every time I began drifting off, my ears strained automatically for sounds from the neighboring apartment. But this time it was silent, completely silent. Until, just after midnight, I heard it. A scratching noise, soft but unmistakable, coming from behind the shared wall. Slow, deliberate scrapes, as if fingernails were gently dragging across the drywall, testing the barrier. I sat up, heart hammering, every muscle tense. The scratching continued, slow and steady, moving gradually along the wall, as if tracing a careful path. Then abruptly, it stopped. I held my breath, waiting, hoping it was over. Then came the knock. Just one gentle, deliberate, soft enough to have been imagined if I hadn't been listening so closely. But I heard it clearly. One single, careful tap. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I sat rigidly, staring at the wall, waiting for something else, anything else. Nothing came. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me into sleep. But the next night, it happened again. The scratching, slow and careful, followed by 3 soft knocks, evenly spaced, patient and deliberate. And then, just as I was about to convince myself it was my imagination, I heard it clearly, a voice, quiet and muffled, coming from the vent beside my bed. A whisper, soft and tentative, barely audible through the metal grate. "Is it safe to come out yet?" My breath caught painfully. Every instinct in me screamed not to reply, not to acknowledge whatever was happening. I stayed silent, frozen, heart racing in my chest, listening carefully for anything else. But nothing more happened that night. No scratching, no pacing, no humming. In the morning, everything felt normal again. The apartment was quiet, ordinary, bathed in sunlight. I could almost convince myself I'd dreamed it all. Until the knocking began again, this time from inside my closet door. The knocking from inside my closet wasn't loud. It was gentle, hesitant, as if whoever or whatever was behind the door didn't want to startle me, but it did. My heart slammed so hard against my chest it actually hurt, and for a long moment, all I could do was stare at the closet door, waiting for it to happen again. But the knocking stopped almost as suddenly as it started, leaving the apartment heavy with a silence that felt louder than the sound itself. I couldn't move at first, could barely breathe. It was as if something had shifted, broken some unspoken boundary. The noises through the wall were one thing. I could rationalize them, dismiss them as pipes or mice or even dreams. But this was different. This was in my space, closer than ever, impossible to deny or ignore. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I stood carefully, never taking my eyes off the closet. My legs felt weak, unsteady beneath me. I took a slow step forward, then another, my hand reaching out toward the handle, but before I could touch it, I stopped, every muscle tensed, every nerve ending alive, screaming at me to reconsider. I stepped back quickly, retreating to the living room, grabbing my phone as I sat heavily on the couch. My hands shook as I scrolled through my contacts, desperate for someone to call, someone who might listen and help me make sense of this. But every name I landed on felt wrong. Friends who'd worry I was losing it, family who'd tell me to leave immediately, or worse, brush it off as paranoia. Finally, I called Mr. Hartley. I didn't know what else to do. He answered after 3 rings, sounding tired and slightly annoyed. "Caitlin, is everything okay?" I took a breath, struggling to steady my voice. "Something's wrong with the apartment." There was a pause on his end, a shift in tone. "What kind of something?" "The noises I mentioned yesterday. They're worse, and now they're inside my closet." Another pause, longer this time. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter, strained. "That's not possible, Caitlin. It's an old building. Sounds carry strangely sometimes. I told you, no one else is up there." "Can you please just come up and check?" I begged, feeling tears sting behind my eyes. "I swear I'm not imagining this." He sighed heavily, reluctantly. "Give me a minute." I waited anxiously by the door until I heard him climb the stairs, each slow footstep creaking gently beneath his weight. When he finally knocked, I practically yanked the door open, heart still racing painfully. He stepped inside slowly, glancing around, looking slightly uncomfortable. "Show me." I led him directly to the bedroom, pointing at the closet door, still tightly shut. "In there." He approached cautiously, placing his hand lightly on the wood. He paused, listening intently, his face unreadable. Then he opened it quickly, stepping back just enough to reveal nothing. Just clothes, shoes, a suitcase pushed back into a corner, exactly what should have been there, nothing out of place. He looked at me carefully, his expression sympathetic but guarded. "Caitlin," he said gently, "maybe you just heard something from downstairs. The vents and pipes carry sound. It happens." "No," I whispered, frustration bubbling up sharply. "It was clear, deliberate knocking, Mr. Hartley. I'm not imagining this." He hesitated, clearly weighing his words. "The apartment next door hasn't been touched in 5 years. After the fire, they boarded it up tight, cut the utilities. No one's inside. No one can get inside. I promise you that." "But why?" "I don't know," he interrupted softly, firmly. "But it's not what you think. Maybe it's time to talk to someone. You know, someone who can help." I stared at him, anger and humiliation mingling painfully inside me. He thought I was losing it. Maybe I was starting to wonder myself, but it didn't make the fear any less real. He left quietly after that, promising to check the unit again to ease my mind, but his voice was gentle and placating the way you speak to someone fragile or disturbed. I shut the door behind him, leaning against it, breathing shallowly, feeling completely alone. The rest of the day, I stayed away from the bedroom, moving restlessly around the living room, the kitchen, forcing myself not to glance at that closet door. I distracted myself with cleaning, television, cooking, but it was all meaningless, busy work to pass time. As night approached, anxiety coiled tighter and tighter inside me. Eventually, I couldn't avoid it any longer. I stepped back into the bedroom, trying to convince myself nothing was wrong, that it had been my imagination, or the pipes, or something harmless. But as soon as I closed the bedroom door behind me, the air felt heavier, charged somehow. I changed quickly, avoiding even a glance at the closet. I climbed into bed, pulling the covers tightly around me, willing sleep to come quickly and mercifully. It didn't. I lay there, tense, listening carefully, every sound magnified. At first, nothing happened, just the familiar hum of distant traffic, the creak of old wood, the whispering quiet of an empty apartment. Then, at precisely 2:13 a.m., the scratching started again, this time sharper, closer, louder. My chest tightened painfully as I sat up slowly, staring wide-eyed at the closet door. The scratching was rhythmic now, deliberate, moving up and down slowly, like nails tracing patterns along the inside. My pulse quickened sharply. I forced myself out of bed, walking slowly, deliberately, toward the closet. Each step felt impossibly heavy, as if my legs resisted instinctively, begging me to run instead. But I reached the door, hand trembling violently as I touched the handle. The scratching stopped immediately. My breath caught painfully. Slowly, carefully, I turned the handle and opened the door. Inside, the closet looked exactly the same. Nothing moved, nothing out of place. My clothes hung neatly, my shoes sat quietly, everything normal. Except for one small thing. On the back wall, barely noticeable, were faint scratch marks, thin, deep grooves etched deliberately into the paint. They spelled something clearly, though shakily, as if carved by desperate fingers. Please let me out. I stumbled back, heart pounding, breath catching painfully in my throat. My mind raced wildly, desperately trying to rationalize what I saw, but there was no rational explanation, nothing that could make sense of this. I shut the door quickly, pressing my back against it, breathing raggedly, trying not to panic. But even as I stood there, frozen and terrified, I heard it again, a soft whisper, barely audible, coming clearly through the vent above me. The same voice as before, trembling slightly with desperation. Please, I don't want to be alone anymore. I didn't sleep at all that night. How could I, knowing what was happening behind the walls of my own apartment? I sat up in bed, the light on, eyes fixed firmly on the closet door, half expecting it to slowly creak open or for the whisper to return. But it stayed quiet after that plea, silent enough to almost make me doubt myself again. Almost. By the time dawn broke, pale and hesitant, I felt drained, my nerves raw and jittery. I couldn't face another day trapped here alone, spiraling into panic. I got dressed quickly, barely glancing at my reflection, dark circles, hollow eyes, and left without eating, needing air and space to clear my head. I spent hours wandering aimlessly around town, stopping in coffee shops I'd never visited before, sitting at bus stops I had no intention of using, anything to delay returning home. But no matter how far I walked or how long I lingered, the apartment lingered with me, its walls, its whispers, the scratching behind my closet door. Eventually, exhausted and out of options, I found myself back at the building entrance, staring reluctantly up at the top floor windows. I climbed the stairs slowly, each step heavy and reluctant. When I reached the top floor, Mr. Hartley was already standing there, toolbox in hand, waiting patiently outside my door. "Caitlin," he said gently, almost apologetic, "can we talk?" I hesitated, then nodded wearily, opening my apartment door and stepping aside to let him in. He walked past me slowly, his eyes carefully scanning the room before turning back to face me. "I'm not saying you're crazy," he began quietly, hands raised slightly, palms open, cautious. "But I checked everything again this morning. I even went into the unit next door. I broke the seal, opened it up." My eyes widened. "You did?" He nodded slowly. "I had to know for sure. I didn't want you feeling unsafe here. But Caitlin, there's nobody in there. Nothing but empty rooms and old fire damage." "But the scratching." "I don't know," he said softly, cutting me off gently. "Maybe mice, maybe old pipes, maybe echoes. This place has history, you know. Sounds get stuck. Memories, too." I stared at him helplessly, feeling the tightness in my chest worsen. "You saw the scratches in my closet I showed you." He looked down, clearly uncomfortable. "I saw them, yeah, but I don't know when they got there. Could have been from before you moved in. Could have been you in your sleep. Stress does strange things." "I'm not imagining this," I whispered, frustrated tears welling sharply. "I believe you feel something is happening," he replied carefully, choosing his words. "But there's nothing physically here, not that I could find. Maybe it's time you thought about finding somewhere else to stay." I felt a sudden rush of anger and embarrassment, shame burning hot in my cheeks. "You want me to move out? Just like that?" "I'm just suggesting it might help," he said quietly. "I don't want to see you scared like this." After he left, I felt completely hollow. Every reassurance he'd given felt fake, meaningless. I knew what I'd heard. I knew what I'd seen. I wasn't making this up, wasn't inventing something to fill the emptiness in my life. But his doubt shook me anyway. That evening, I sat alone in the quiet apartment, listening carefully, nerves stretched thin, waiting for the noises to return. As darkness settled in, my anxiety built painfully, my ears straining to hear anything: footsteps, whispers, scratches, but the apartment was silent, almost defiantly so. Eventually, I couldn't stand it anymore. I stood quickly, grabbing my coat and keys, desperate for some kind of answer or resolution. I stepped into the hallway, eyes fixed on the neighboring apartment door, the one Mr. Hartley had reopened and supposedly cleared. It stood slightly ajar now, inviting me closer. My heartbeat quickened as I approached slowly, pushing the door open fully, stepping hesitantly inside. The apartment was dark, musty, the air heavy with years of stale emptiness, and the faint charred scent of long extinguished fire. Even in the dark, I could see the damage clearly: walls stained with smoke, paint blistered and peeling, furniture blackened and warped. But Mr. Hartley was right. There was no one here. No hidden occupant. No mysterious tenant pacing the floorboards at night. Just an empty, burned-out space, quiet and abandoned. Still, as I stood there, a shiver ran down my spine. The apartment felt wrong somehow, not just damaged, but deeply, unsettlingly empty, as if something important had been erased. It wasn't just old fire damage, I realized slowly. The entire place felt drained, stripped clean of life. I turned quickly, anxious to leave, but stopped abruptly as something caught my eye near the wall that separated this apartment from my bedroom. There, clearly visible even in the gloom, were markings scratched deeply into the charred drywall. I stepped closer. my chest tightening painfully. Scratched into the wall were tally marks, dozens of them, carefully drawn in shaky lines one after another, each set of 5 slashed through with a sharp diagonal mark. Counting something. Counting days. Weeks. Months. I reached out slowly, fingers brushing the rough edges, my throat tightening painfully. Who had been here, hidden away, counting desperately, waiting for rescue, waiting for release? Then, beneath the tally marks, I noticed a second set of scratches, words carved roughly but clearly into the drywall. They left me behind. My breath caught painfully. I stepped back quickly, heart racing, head spinning. This wasn't something I could rationalize. Someone had been here trapped, hidden away, abandoned. And whatever happened in this apartment hadn't been resolved by fire or time. It was still here, waiting quietly, desperately reaching out to anyone who might finally hear. I fled back to my apartment, slamming the door shut, leaning against it, breathing raggedly, fighting panic. The emptiness, the silence, it made sense now. Someone had been sealed away, forgotten, buried beneath explanations and reassurances that never quite felt right. And now they were reaching out to me because I was the only one who could hear. I stumbled into my bedroom, eyes drawn irresistibly to the closet. Without thinking, almost in a daze, I opened the door, staring again at the scratches pleading for release. They matched exactly, perfectly, the ones I'd just seen next door. I closed the closet slowly, carefully, knowing with absolute certainty I was no longer alone. That night, when the whispers returned through the vent, faint and desperate, I didn't pull away or cover my ears. Instead, heart pounding, I whispered back, gently, cautiously, "I can hear you. Who are you?" There was silence for a long moment, heavy and expectant. Then quietly, shakingly, the voice replied, "I don't remember anymore. They took my name when they left me here." My throat tightened painfully. Who's they? The voice hesitated, then answered softly, fearfully, "The ones who started the fire." As I sat there, heart hammering, cold realization washed over me. The fire hadn't been accidental, it had been deliberate, meant to hide something or someone. And now, 5 years later, that someone was reaching out, desperately pleading to finally be remembered. And they had chosen me to listen. I sat there in the dark, staring at the wall vent, trying to process the quiet words that had drifted through from the other side. My heartbeat was fast, uneven, and my mind raced as I struggled to understand the reality I had somehow stumbled into. It felt impossible, yet undeniably real. A fire that had sealed off an apartment, a person trapped inside, abandoned, hidden away, their existence carefully forgotten, someone who didn't even remember their own name anymore. I swallowed hard, leaning closer to the vent, voice trembling slightly. "Why did they leave you here?" For a long moment, silence. Then carefully, softly, the voice came again, hesitant, as though the words were difficult to form. "Because I saw them." "Saw who?" I asked quietly, breath caught in my throat. Another pause, heavier this time. "The ones who burned it." My mind spun, heart racing. "They locked you in because you saw them start the fire." "Yes," came the whispered reply, quiet but steady. They wanted everyone gone, but I hid. They didn't know I was still here until after. By then, it was easier just to leave me. My chest felt tight, painful. The implications were staggering, impossible. Someone had deliberately set the fire. Someone had intentionally abandoned a witness, trapped and forgotten for 5 whole years. And Mr. Hartley, had he known, had he lied? I took a shaking breath. Are you hurt? How have you survived? I'm not sure, came the soft, uncertain reply. Time doesn't mean much now. I just wait. I've tried to leave, but the door won't open. I don't know how long it's been, only that it's felt very long. My mind struggled to grasp it. How could someone survive sealed in an empty apartment, cut off from food, water, sunlight, everything? How was it possible? Can I help you? I finally whispered, voice unsteady. Silence. Then very softly, almost fearfully, I think it's too late for that. I sat back slowly, feeling numb, helpless. What do you mean? Sometimes I don't feel real anymore, came the quiet, drifting reply. Sometimes I'm afraid I'm just part of the walls now, part of this place. You're real, I whispered desperately. I hear you, you're real. Please don't stop believing that, the voice begged softly. They told me I'd be forgotten. They said nobody would ever find me. If you hear me, if you believe me, maybe I can still be real. My chest ached painfully. I believe you. I'll help you somehow. Be careful, the voice said softly, urgently. They'll come back if they think someone knows. Who? I whispered desperately. Who will come back? But no answer came, just silence again, heavier and deeper than before. I spent the rest of that night pacing, restless, frantic, trying to piece together what little I knew. When dawn finally arrived, I'd made my decision. I needed to know the truth. No more half answers, no more whispered warnings. It was time to confront the only person who could possibly know what had really happened. I waited in the hallway until Mr. Hartley showed up, tools in hand, on his usual morning rounds. He stiffened slightly when he saw me standing there, eyes cautious, wary. Caitlin, he said slowly, carefully, everything okay? No, I replied firmly, my voice steadier than I'd expected. Not even close. I know someone was left behind after the fire. I know it wasn't an accident. He froze, eyes widening briefly before narrowing sharply, suspicion hardening his expression. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about, I pressed quietly, anger simmering just beneath my words. The person trapped in the sealed apartment, the person who saw the fire being set. They're still there. That's impossible, he said quickly, harshly, eyes darting nervously toward the sealed apartment door. There's nobody. I heard them, I interrupted sharply. They spoke to me. They said you sealed them in because they saw what you did. He stepped back quickly, shaking his head sharply, voice suddenly tight, strained. Caitlin, listen to me carefully. You need to leave this alone, right now. Or what? I challenged, voice shaking. You'll seal me in too? He didn't reply, just turned abruptly, walking quickly away without another word, leaving me standing in the hallway, breathless, terrified, and certain I'd finally uncovered something he'd spent years carefully hiding. I spent that day gathering whatever I could, old newspaper articles, internet searches, anything about the fire. The story was thin, accidental, electrical issues, no casualties. But buried in an old news forum was a brief mention of a missing person report filed quietly, then dismissed. No follow-up, no answers, just a question left hanging. Someone had been erased from the official record. As darkness approached again, dread coiled tightly in my stomach. I couldn't abandon whoever was trapped next door, couldn't ignore the voice desperately pleading for help. But I also knew now that uncovering this meant danger. Mr. Hartley's warning had made that clear enough. That night, just after midnight, I heard the scratching again, this time sharper, desperate, louder. My heart leapt painfully. I rushed toward the closet, flinging it open, expecting, hoping to see something, anything. But again, nothing. I sank to the floor, defeated, helpless, fighting tears. "I'm sorry," I whispered brokenly. "I don't know what else to do." For a long moment, silence. Then a soft whisper drifted through the vent again, hesitant, gentle. "You've already done enough." "What do you mean?" I replied softly, head spinning. "You heard me," the voice said quietly, almost gently. "You believed me. That's more than anyone else has ever done." "I can't leave you here," I whispered, throat tight with tears. "I can't walk away knowing you're trapped." "I don't think you have a choice anymore," came the soft, regretful reply. "They know now. They won't let you keep asking questions." "Who?" I asked again desperately. "Mr. Hartley? Is he the one who did this?" The whisper hesitated briefly, then quietly answered, "He helped, but there are others, and now they know you've found me." My blood ran cold. What should I do? "Leave," the voice urged softly, almost pleading. "Before it's too late. Before you become like me." I shook my head, stubbornness and fear mixing painfully. "I won't just abandon you." "You're not abandoning me," came the gentle reply. "You're keeping yourself safe. If you go, at least I'll know someone remembered me." My chest tightened painfully. "What's your name?" I whispered helplessly. "Please try to remember. Tell me." There was a long pause, heavy with effort. Then finally, softly, hesitantly, the voice answered. "Anna. My name was Anna." "Anna," I whispered gently, fighting tears, heart aching painfully. "I won't forget you." "I know," she replied quietly, her voice fading gently. "That's all I needed." Then silence settled again, deeper and heavier than ever, leaving me alone, heartbroken and terrified. Because Anna was right, whatever darkness had trapped her here now knew that I had found her. And it wouldn't wait long before it came for me too. After that night, sleep wasn't even a possibility. How could it be? Knowing what I knew now, every noise, every shadow, felt like it carried a threat. Anna's whispered warning stayed lodged in my mind, playing over and over. She'd begged me to leave, to stay safe, but I couldn't abandon her. Not like everyone else had, not like Mr. Hartley and whoever else was behind this had done years before. I paced the apartment as dawn came, feeling like a prisoner in my own home, waiting for something to happen, someone to arrive and stop me from talking. But no one came, no pounding at the door, no threats from the hallway, just silence. Quiet, heavy, and oppressive. I knew I should leave immediately, pack what little I had and never look back. But the thought of leaving Anna behind, of letting her remain trapped and forgotten, filled me with a guilt I couldn't stomach. Her story deserved to be told. She deserved to be heard. So instead of running, I began writing it down, all of it, every detail, every conversation, every strange and unsettling moment. I documented Anna's whispers, the scratches on the wall, the sealed apartment, and Mr. Hartley's suspicious behavior. My plan was simple. If something happened to me, someone else needed to know the truth. Around midday, my phone buzzed. My stomach tightened sharply when I saw Mr. Hartley's name on the screen. I hesitated, heart hammering, before answering cautiously. "Hello?" His voice was calm, controlled. "Caitlin, I wanted to check on you, see if you'd thought about what we discussed." My throat tightened painfully, but I forced my voice steady. "I have. I'm not going anywhere. Not yet." A long pause. "You're making a mistake." "Why?" I challenged softly, fear mixing sharply with anger. "Because I know what you did." Another pause, longer this time. When he spoke again, his voice was lower, colder. I didn't have a choice. "There's always a choice," I said, voice trembling with restrained fury. "You chose to trap someone behind a wall and pretend they never existed. How can you justify that?" "You don't know what happened," he said sharply. "You don't know why." "Then tell me," I snapped, desperation breaking through. "Tell me why Anna had to be hidden away. Tell me why you kept it a secret for 5 years. Help me understand." Silence stretched painfully, heavy with tension. When he finally replied, his voice was strained, nearly broken. "Not over the phone. Meet me downstairs in the lobby. 1 hour. I'll tell you everything." Before I could answer, he hung up abruptly, leaving me holding the phone tightly, heart racing. I hesitated, torn between distrust and the need for answers. Ultimately, the chance to understand, even if it was dangerous, outweighed my fear. 1 hour later, I stood anxiously in the lobby, heart hammering as Mr. Hartley arrived, looking older, wearier than I'd ever seen him. He motioned me toward a small maintenance room behind the main staircase, shutting the door carefully behind us. "I don't have long," he began, voice low and urgent. "They're watching me now." "Who's watching you?" I demanded, desperate for clarity. "The owners," he replied bitterly. "The people who paid me to keep quiet after the fire." "So there was a fire," I pressed, confusion swirling. "Or was it intentional?" He sighed heavily, shoulders sagging. "It was intentional. Anna saw them. She saw everything." "Saw what?" I whispered harshly, fear tightening my throat. His eyes flicked toward the door nervously, then back to me, resigned. They were trying to clear out the building. Insurance money, redevelopment plans. It doesn't matter. Anna saw them setting the fire. She recognized them. The fire spread faster than they planned, and by the time it was out, Anna was hiding in the back room, terrified. They found her afterward, scared and desperate, ready to tell everyone what she'd seen. My chest tightened painfully, anger and sorrow mingling. "And you let them lock her away?" "I didn't have a choice," he snapped, eyes wild, voice breaking. They threatened me, my family. I thought they told me it would just be temporary, just long enough to sort things out. But it wasn't temporary. They sealed the apartment, erased her from records, threatened me again every time I considered speaking up. By then it was too late. Anna was supposed to disappear quietly. But she didn't, I said quietly, my voice shaking. He shook his head slowly, grief-stricken. No, somehow she stayed. I don't know how, I don't understand it. She's been there ever since, trapped in that place, and I couldn't do anything about it. You could have tried, I whispered, anger burning sharply now. You should have tried. He looked down, defeated. I've spent 5 years hoping it would end on its own, but it hasn't. She's still there, and now you're involved. They know you know. It's dangerous for both of us. Then let's end it, I said desperately. Let's tell someone now, before it's too late. He shook his head sharply, fear returning to his expression. They control everything. Caitlin police, inspectors, lawyers. No one will believe us. No one can help. I stepped closer, pleading desperately. Then let her go. Open the apartment again. Help me release her, please. He stared at me, eyes haunted, then finally nodded slowly. Tonight, after dark, wait for me upstairs. He slipped out quietly, leaving me shaking, frightened, and hopeful for the first time. When night finally fell, I waited anxiously in the hallway outside Anna's apartment. Mr. Hartley arrived a few minutes later, silent, withdrawn. He pulled out his keys, hands trembling, and unlocked the door. The heavy lock turned with a dull click, and he stepped back, letting me enter first. Inside, the apartment felt colder than before, emptier. Shadows stretched across charred walls, broken furniture looming in darkness. The air felt heavy, expectant, charged with desperation. "Anna?" I called softly, voice trembling. "We're here. You can come out now." Silence. Heavy, suffocating silence. "Anna," I whispered again, fear building, "please answer." But still nothing came, no whispers, no scratching, no sign she was there at all. Behind me, Mr. Hartley shifted nervously. "Maybe she's gone now," he said softly. "Maybe she just needed to be acknowledged." My heart twisted painfully. No, she was real. She spoke to me. I can't leave without. A soft sound interrupted me, gentle and cautious, from deep within the apartment. Footsteps slow, hesitant, moving toward us. Then, from the shadows, she stepped forward, pale and faint, but unmistakably real. Anna stood quietly, eyes wide and frightened, her figure flickering slightly at the edges, like a candle about to go out. "You came back," she whispered softly, disbelief in her voice. I reached out instinctively, hand trembling. "I told you I wouldn't leave you here." Her eyes softened, tears glistening faintly. "I can finally leave now, because of you." "How?" I asked, desperate and confused. "What do we do?" She smiled gently, sadly, stepping forward. "Just remember me. That's all I needed. To be seen, to be remembered." Her figure flickered again, softening at the edges, fading gently as she spoke again, quieter this time, almost a sigh. "Thank you." Then slowly, she vanished entirely, leaving only silence and a lingering, fragile warmth. I stood quietly, tears sliding down my face, understanding finally. Anna had only needed someone to know, to acknowledge her, to remember that she had existed, that her life mattered. Behind me, Mr. Hartley stood silently, head bowed, his voice barely a whisper. "I'm sorry." I didn't reply, only stood quietly, feeling both loss and relief, knowing Anna was free. And finally, so was I. The days after Anna vanished felt like walking out of a nightmare. The apartment building itself was the same, at least on the surface, the same old hallway carpet, the faded walls, the cracked paint, but something deeper had shifted. It felt lighter, emptier in a good way, like a heavy curtain had finally been lifted. But even then, I knew things wouldn't simply go back to normal. You don't go through something like that and stay unchanged. Mr. Hartley disappeared the morning after we saw Anna, leaving nothing behind but a note slipped quietly under my door. It wasn't an apology, not exactly, but it felt genuine. "I'm leaving the city. I won't ask forgiveness. I don't deserve it, but thank you for helping her. Take care of yourself." I read it 3 times, then folded it neatly and tucked it away. He hadn't been innocent in all this, but I understood his fear now. Sometimes, fear makes you into someone you never imagined you'd become. Maybe that was what happened to him, or maybe it had always been inside him waiting to come out. Either way, I wasn't sure forgiveness was mine to give. That felt like Anna's choice, not mine. As the weeks passed, I expected someone else to show up, the people who'd started the fire, the ones who'd hidden Anna away. But no one ever did. It was like they'd given up now, vanished just as thoroughly as Anna herself. The building stayed quiet, and no threats or warnings arrived. Whatever grip they'd held on this place had slipped, and maybe they'd realized it was finally over. But even though Anna was gone, I couldn't let her memory vanish quietly. Her story was too important, too real, to simply fade back into silence. She'd been erased once already. I wouldn't let it happen again. So I wrote everything down, every detail, every conversation, every late-night whisper through the vents. I gathered old documents, records from the city archives, and copies of those dismissed missing person reports. Then, when it felt complete, I sent copies to every local news outlet I could find, newspapers, websites, radio stations, anyone who might listen. I didn't care anymore if they thought I was crazy. I just needed Anna's story to be heard, to be acknowledged publicly, even if only once. The local paper picked it up first, running a quiet, skeptical piece buried on page 5. But within days, interest grew. People began sharing it online, talking about it in local forums. Questions were asked, names were mentioned, and slowly, the truth began slipping out, impossible to contain. I stayed quiet, anonymous, keeping to myself as much as possible, but even so, people found me, journalists, podcasters, curiosity seekers. They knocked on my door, left notes in my mailbox, called me repeatedly. I ignored them all, focusing instead on moving forward with my own life. I moved out of the apartment as soon as I could. It wasn't fear that drove me away, not anymore, but the realization that this place would never truly be home again. Too many memories, too many echoes. On my last night there, as I packed the final box, I paused, staring quietly at the wall vent, the same one where Anna's voice had first whispered through. It felt like years ago now, even though only a few weeks had passed. "Goodbye, Anna," I whispered softly, gently placing my hand against the wall, as if she might still somehow feel my presence. "I hope you're finally okay." The apartment didn't answer, of course, but I felt a small sense of peace settle over me, reassuring and gentle. Wherever she was now, I hoped she had found rest. She deserved that, at the very least. My new place was small, bright, and far away from the city. I chose somewhere quiet, surrounded by open space, trees, and fresh air. It wasn't perfect, but it was peaceful, and after everything I'd been through, that was enough. Slowly, life began returning to something that felt close to normal. I got a new job, one that kept me busy but didn't drain me. I spent more time outside, away from walls and enclosed spaces. I began sleeping again, soundly and without dreams, no scratching, no whispers, no hidden rooms. But some things didn't fade completely. I never completely stopped checking doors twice at night. I never fully trusted silence again, always expecting something just beyond hearing, waiting quietly in the dark. Then, one warm evening, months after I'd moved away, something arrived that brought it all sharply back. It was an envelope, plain white, with no return address. Inside, a single folded piece of paper with a short handwritten note. "They believed you. Everyone knows now. Thank you for not forgetting me." My chest tightened sharply as I read the words, heart racing with sudden disbelief and quiet wonder. The handwriting was careful, gentle, and familiar, the same fragile, uncertain script that had pleaded for freedom on the closet wall. Anna's handwriting. For a long moment, I stood frozen, staring at the paper, struggling to understand how it was possible. Then, slowly, a quiet warmth filled my chest, something like gratitude and relief, mingling gently with a deeper understanding. Anna hadn't vanished entirely. Maybe she never would. Her presence, her memory, it was out there now, known and shared by others. She wasn't trapped anymore, and she wasn't forgotten. That was enough. I kept the note carefully, placing it alongside Mr. Hartley's. Both notes lived quietly in my dresser drawer, tucked away, private but present. Gentle reminders of what had happened, of what I'd faced, of what Anna had endured, and how she'd finally found peace. My life moved forward, quietly, gently. Friends returned, laughter felt easier again, and slowly the tension of those long weeks eased from my shoulders. I knew I'd always carry that experience with me, but it wasn't a burden anymore. It was a memory, an important piece of who I had become. One afternoon, on the first anniversary of that night in the apartment, I returned to the city. The building stood quiet now, the lobby repainted, new tenants living their lives, unaware of the truth hidden in their walls. From the street, it looked utterly ordinary again, indistinguishable from any other old, worn apartment building. But I knew its secrets now, knew the shadows hidden inside it. And even if the world moved forward, forgetting and rebuilding, Anna and I would always remember. As I stood there, quietly watching from across the street, a breeze stirred gently, warm and reassuring, brushing softly across my face. I closed my eyes briefly, feeling it surround me, peaceful and familiar. Maybe it was nothing, just wind on a summer afternoon. Or maybe, just maybe, it was her way of telling me she was still there, still remembered, still real in every way that mattered. Either way, as I walked quietly away, I finally felt at peace. Anna was free, and because of her, so was I. My name's Elise, and even now, looking back on it, I can't tell you exactly what happened at that birthday party. Trust me, I've tried. I've rolled it around in my head 100 different ways, trying to make sense of something that just won't click into place. I don't expect anyone to believe me, not fully anyway, but I'm going to put it all out here, step by step, and maybe by the end I'll find some explanation that makes sense. Maybe I won't, probably not. This all started on my daughter Ava's 8th birthday. Ava's not the kind of kid who makes a fuss about birthdays. She's shy, careful, always thinking before she speaks. When she asked for a big party, something we'd never really done before, I thought maybe it was her way of stepping out of her shell, of telling me she was finally ready to open up a bit more. How could I say no to that? We went all out, streamers, balloons, glittering pink and gold everywhere. Ava had picked a unicorn theme, and I'd stayed up half the night before decorating cupcakes, hanging banners, and setting up games in the backyard. We invited every kid from her class. 17 children, plus Ava. I figured some wouldn't show, but they all did. That should have made me happy. But then, around halfway through the party, a man I'd never seen before walked through the front gate into the yard, holding the hand of a little girl. At first glance, he seemed perfectly ordinary tall, neatly dressed in a polo shirt and khakis, the kind of guy who could blend in anywhere. But something felt off. Not dangerous exactly, just out of place. I know every parent from Ava's class by face, if not by name. I didn't know him. I didn't know her. He smiled politely, almost apologetically, as he approached. "Hey, I'm so sorry we're late," he said. His voice was soft, neutral. "She's from another section of the school. Hope you don't mind her joining." I paused, looking down at the girl. She had dark hair, pale skin, and eyes so deep set I couldn't tell if they were brown or black. She didn't smile. She didn't even seem nervous. She just stood there, holding the man's hand loosely, staring directly past me. "What's your name, sweetheart?" I asked. She looked up at the man briefly, as if waiting for permission. He squeezed her hand and nodded, but she still didn't speak. "She's shy," he said, smoothly stepping in. "First party in a while." Something inside me hesitated. Something told me to ask more questions, to press further. But behind me, the children were laughing, and music was playing, and the day felt too bright, too ordinary, for me to make a scene. I didn't want to embarrass her, or Ava. So I nodded. "Of course, she's welcome. There's cake and games." The man smiled again, gentle, detached. "Perfect. I'll be back for her after the party. Thanks so much." And then he was gone, back out the gate and down the driveway. I watched him leave, feeling oddly unsettled, but forcing it aside. When I turned around, the girl had already walked away, drifting silently towards the others. She never joined in the games, didn't eat cake, didn't even speak, really, just hovered quietly near Ava. Once, when they sat together on the edge of the trampoline, I noticed Ava leaning toward her, whispering something. The girl didn't move, didn't even seem to blink as she listened. Ava giggled nervously, looked at me, and then quickly looked away again. I let it go. Later, as parents arrived to pick up their kids, the yard began to empty out. I started tidying up, collecting paper plates and half-empty cups. Ava wandered over, tugging at my shirt. "Mom, where's the girl?" I glanced around. She wasn't there. I assumed her dad had picked her up quietly, slipping back out as unnoticed as he'd arrived. "I guess she left, sweetie." Ava's face scrunched up, looking puzzled. She didn't even say bye. We went inside, exhausted, ready to collapse into bed after a long, chaotic day. As I tucked Ava in, she pulled me close. Her eyes looked strange, too wide, too serious. "Mom," she whispered. "She said something weird." I leaned in closer. "Who, Ava?" "The girl. She asked if she could come back when I'm alone next time." A cold ripple went through me, sudden and sharp. I tried to keep my voice calm. "Did she say why?" Ava shook her head, burrowing deeper into her blankets. She said it quietly, like a secret. She told me not to tell, but I got scared. I kissed her forehead, smoothing her hair back gently. "It's okay, baby. You don't have to worry about it. She probably just wants to play again." But even as I said it, I didn't believe myself. I stayed by Ava's bed long after she fell asleep, watching her breathe, feeling a tightness in my chest I couldn't explain. Later that night, I checked the security camera footage. We have a small camera by the front door installed years ago, after some mail got stolen. I hadn't thought about it all day, too busy with everything else. But now I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something wasn't right. I rewound the footage, scanning quickly until I found the exact moment before guests arrived. And there she was, standing perfectly still at the end of the driveway. Alone, no car, no parent. Just her, tiny and motionless, her eyes fixed blankly ahead. She didn't fidget, didn't pace, didn't even shift her weight from foot to foot. She stood there for 10 straight minutes, frozen, like she was waiting for some signal I couldn't see. When Ava woke up the next morning, the first thing she said was, "My doll is gone." We searched everywhere, under the bed, in the closet, behind the couch, nothing. But on Ava's nightstand, exactly where she'd left the doll, there was something else, a small folded piece of paper. My hands shook as I opened it, reading the neat, childlike handwriting. "I had fun. My name's Elise, and as I write this down, trying to figure out exactly where things went wrong, exactly who that little girl was, I still don't have answers. Just questions, endless questions. But one thing I know for certain. She was never invited. She never left the way she came in. And whoever, or whatever she was, I have the horrible feeling that she's not done yet." The days after Ava's party weren't right. Not dramatically wrong, not police cars and neighbors whispering at the mailbox kind of wrong, just quietly off. Like when you wake up and the house feels empty, even though you know someone's home. Like when the radio slips between stations and you hear 2 songs overlapping, never fully catching either. Ava wasn't sleeping well. She didn't tell me directly, but I could see it, the heaviness under her eyes, the way she rubbed at her wrists distractedly when she thought I wasn't looking. Normally, Ava was bright in the mornings, chatty over breakfast and fussy about her toast crusts. But suddenly she became withdrawn, picking silently at her cereal, stirring loops and stars in circles until they turned soggy. At first I chalked it up to the aftermath of the party. Maybe it had overwhelmed her, I thought, or maybe the strange little girl had unsettled her more than she'd let on. But it didn't fade the way things usually do for kids. Instead, it hung around this strange mood, thick and quiet, clouding over her like a shadow. I tried talking about it once, gently, as we brushed our teeth together one night. Ava looked up into the mirror, mouth half full of foam, and just shook her head. She spit carefully into the sink, wiped her mouth, and climbed into bed without another word. Her silence spoke louder than anything else. Then the doll showed up again. It was a Thursday afternoon, nearly a week since the party. I'd just gotten home from picking Ava up at school. She'd gone straight to her room, like she had every day that week, door closed tight behind her. It broke my heart to see her withdrawing into herself again, but I decided to give her some space, to trust she'd talk when she was ready. I was unpacking groceries when I heard her bedroom door slam open, then footsteps pounding down the stairs. She burst into the kitchen, pale and breathless, her eyes wide with panic. "It's back, Mom," she said, voice shaking. "My doll. She put it back." I stopped mid-motion, still clutching a half-empty milk carton. "Who put it back, Ava?" Her lower lip trembled slightly. "I don't know, but it's sitting right in the middle of my bed." I set the milk down and took her hand, forcing myself to breathe slowly. "Let's go see." Her room felt smaller somehow, colder too, despite the afternoon sun filtering through the curtains. And Ava was right. Her doll, the missing one, was sitting upright on the bedspread, placed with careful precision, legs crossed, hands neatly folded in its lap. "Maybe you forgot you found it," I said softly, not believing my own words. Ava shot me a look, almost angry. I backed down immediately. "Sorry, I know you didn't." Ava wouldn't step into the room, hanging back at the doorway, as if the doll itself might jump out at her. "She did it, Mom. She said she would." I felt that cold feeling again, the one that had settled in my stomach since the party. "When did she say that, Ava?" "At the party." Ava swallowed hard. "When we were alone, she said she liked my dolls and she wanted one. I didn't say yes. I didn't say anything." "Did she take it that day?" Ava shrugged helplessly. "I don't know. Maybe." She kept looking at it, though, like she was deciding something. I walked over to the bed, carefully lifting the doll. It felt normal, soft cloth body, plastic head slightly dented from years of play, but there was a scent on it, something faint and unfamiliar. Not perfume, not dirt, something sharper, like rust or stale water. That night, after Ava finally drifted into a restless sleep, I checked the security footage again. There was nothing unusual at first, just the normal blur of activity. Ava and me leaving, returning, mail delivery, passing cars. But at exactly 3:32 p.m., about an hour before we got home, the camera flickered. Static ran across the image, gray bars pulsing and distorting the picture for exactly 6 seconds. Then, just as suddenly, it cleared again, and the front porch was empty. I replayed it 3 times, each time feeling my throat tighten a little more. It wasn't proof of anything, not exactly, but it wasn't right either. I couldn't shake the feeling that the little girl or whoever had brought her had come back. Over the next few days, I caught Ava talking quietly to herself, not like a normal kid inventing stories, but low, urgent whispers, like she was trying to convince someone of something. Whenever I stepped closer, she stopped immediately, her small face turning carefully blank. She started drawing too. Ava had always loved to draw, but now her sketches took on an eerie repetition, page after page of stick figures standing perfectly still, hands clasped in front, eyes wide and empty. Always drawn the same way, always one slightly apart from the others. "Who's this, honey?" I asked one night, pointing to the lone figure. Ava looked at the page briefly, her eyes flat. "You know who it is." She didn't say more. She didn't have to. I began waking up in the middle of the night, certain I'd heard footsteps in the hallway. But whenever I checked, the house stood silent and empty, Ava fast asleep, curled tightly beneath her covers. One night I stayed up, sitting quietly in my room with the door cracked open, waiting. For hours, nothing happened, just the ticking of the hallway clock and the faint hum of the fridge downstairs. Then, just past 2 in the morning, Ava's bedroom door creaked slowly open. I held my breath, watching as she stepped into the hallway, walking slowly and deliberately toward the stairs. Her movements were stiff, oddly mechanical, as though she wasn't fully awake or in control of herself. "Ava," I whispered. She didn't respond, didn't pause, just kept moving steadily, down the stairs, her small silhouette swallowed by the darkness below. I followed quietly, my heart pounding as I reached the bottom step. Ava stood by the front door, facing it, her small hand pressed gently against the wood, head tilted slightly as though listening to someone I couldn't see. "Honey," I said, my voice trembling slightly, "who's there?" Ava didn't turn around, but her voice was clear when she answered. "She says she had fun. She wants to play again." The door handle rattled gently beneath her fingertips, like something outside was testing it. My breath caught sharply. My whole body went rigid as I stepped forward, pulling Ava gently back. "Come on, sweetheart," I whispered, forcing calmness into my voice. "Come upstairs with Mommy." But as I pulled her away, I felt at the door rattling softly again, persistent but patient. Whoever was outside wasn't ready to leave just yet. Neither was Ava. The next morning, everything felt off kilter. The house looked the same, but it felt different, like waking up in a hotel room that's identical to yours except you know something isn't quite right. After the night I'd had, I couldn't stop watching Ava, trying to decide if she seemed okay. She ate her cereal quietly, kept her eyes lowered, avoided my attempts at small talk, and carefully scooted her spoon around until the cereal turned to mush. When she finally spoke, her voice was small and hesitant. "Mom?" "Yes, sweetie?" She paused, not looking up. "Am I in trouble?" I leaned closer, trying not to let her see how shaky I felt. "No, Ava. Why would you think that?" She stirred her cereal again, eyes flicking briefly toward me, then away. "You looked scared last night. You never look scared." I wasn't scared. I lied, brushing her hair gently from her face. I just didn't understand what was happening. "Were you sleepwalking?" She shrugged lightly, uncertain. "I don't know. I don't remember going downstairs." You said someone was at the door, I pressed softly. Do you remember who? She hesitated, then shook her head quickly, as if shaking away a thought she didn't want. No, nobody. I didn't push it further. Not yet. She was already retreating into herself, pulling back from something she couldn't or wouldn't explain. After breakfast, I walked her to school, watched until she disappeared inside, then made a quick stop at the hardware store. I bought a new set of deadbolts and a security bar for the sliding glass door. When I got home, I installed them immediately, fingers shaking a little, feeling irrational and paranoid, but also completely justified. Later that afternoon, I called my friend Lisa. She had a daughter in Ava's class and had been at the party. Lisa was reliable, matter of fact, the kind of person who saw through everything. I trusted her judgment, and honestly, I needed someone else to tell me if I was going crazy. Lisa answered on the third ring. Hey, Elise, everything okay? I took a breath, steadied myself. Sort of. Listen, the party last weekend, you remember that girl who showed up with her dad? There was a pause on her end. Which girl? My stomach dropped slightly. The one nobody recognized. Dark hair, quiet, showed up late. Another pause, longer this time. Then Lisa spoke slowly, like choosing each word carefully. Elise, honey, I don't know who you're talking about. There weren't any unfamiliar kids. I stayed the whole party. My throat tightened. No, Lisa, there was a girl. Her father dropped her off. You have to remember. Elise, she said gently, are you feeling okay? I mean, it was chaotic with so many kids, but I swear I didn't see anyone like that. We exchanged a few more awkward pleasantries and hung up. I stood in the kitchen for a long time afterward, gripping my phone too tightly, heart racing. I knew what I'd seen, who I'd seen. The child had been there, clear as daylight, but somehow no one else remembered her at all. Later that evening, after Ava was safely in bed, I watched the security footage again. This time, I paid closer attention, rewinding slowly through the hours before and after the party, looking for anything unusual, any small detail I'd overlooked. But every frame looked exactly the same, exactly how I remembered. Except for one thing. When the camera flickered again, I paused and leaned closer. I moved through it frame by frame, and just as the static cleared, in the corner of the footage something shifted slightly at the edge of the porch. At first glance, it looked like nothing, a shadow maybe, or a leaf blowing past. But when I replayed it slowly, I saw clearly what it was. A small, pale hand reaching briefly into frame, like it was touching the railing. My breathing quickened. I played the footage again and again. The more I watched it, the more certain I was. It was a child's hand, reaching, testing, then pulling away. Never fully stepping into view. I shut the laptop abruptly, heart pounding. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, Ava stayed home. She complained of a headache and a stomachache, and I didn't question it. She stayed in bed, quiet, withdrawn, coloring those same strange drawings, row after row of silent figures, eyes empty and staring straight ahead. I called the school, told them Ava was sick, and then spent the morning pacing, checking the locks repeatedly, feeling trapped inside my own home. I considered going somewhere else, a hotel, my sister's place out of state, but something inside me resisted. Running felt like admitting I was scared, and admitting I was scared felt like giving whatever this was more power. Around noon, Ava wandered downstairs quietly, clutching her sketch pad tightly to her chest. She stood in the kitchen doorway, hesitant, shifting from one foot to the other. "Mom?" I set down my coffee, forcing a calm smile. "Yeah, honey? Do you think she's coming back?" I swallowed, throat dry. "Who?" "You know who," she whispered. Her voice was almost pleading. "The girl. The one who took my doll." My hands felt cold. "I don't know, Ava, but she can't get in. I made sure." She stared at me, eyes wide, solemn, too knowing for her age. Locks won't stop her. Something in her tone sent a chill through me, deeper than anything before. "Why would you say that?" Ava hesitated, then placed her sketch pad carefully on the kitchen table, flipping it open to a page near the back. The drawing was darker this time, more detailed. It showed our house, sketched roughly in pencil, but standing at the edge of the yard was a small figure. She'd drawn her with dark hair, black eyes staring directly forward. Her feet hovered slightly above the ground. Underneath, Ava had written 3 words in shaky letters. "She's already here." "Ava," I whispered, "what does this mean?" She shook her head, eyes watery. "I don't know. I didn't mean to draw that." I knelt down, pulling her close. "It's okay, sweetheart. It's going to be okay." But even as I held her, even as I spoke comforting words, I barely believed myself. I glanced at the drawing again. That small, silent figure floating above the ground, staring at us from the page. That afternoon, I called Lisa again, asked if Ava could stay at her house overnight. I didn't explain fully, but Lisa agreed immediately, sensing my desperation. I packed Ava's overnight bag carefully, kissed her forehead, and watched Lisa drive her away. Then I sat in the empty house, alone, watching shadows lengthen along the walls, listening carefully to every sound, and waiting for whatever was already there. After Lisa drove away with Ava, the house suddenly felt emptier than I ever remembered it. Not quiet exactly, I could still hear the fridge humming, the soft creak of old floorboards, the distant ticking of the hallway clock, but hollow, like it was holding its breath along with me, waiting for something to happen. I spent the first hour just pacing. The rooms felt different now, bigger somehow, colder. I kept glancing at Ava's drawings, scattered across the table, reminding myself that I'd made the right choice sending her away, even if I still couldn't explain why. As the evening dragged on, I cleaned the kitchen 3 separate times, reorganized the bookshelf, then went upstairs to change Ava's sheets. It was mindless work, something to keep my hands busy and my thoughts quiet, even though it didn't really help. Eventually, I sat down on the edge of her bed, running my hands over the pink cotton sheets, feeling oddly guilty, like I'd let her down somehow, even though I knew that didn't make sense. Just after 10, Lisa called to tell me Ava had fallen asleep watching a movie. "She's okay," Lisa said gently. "You sound like you needed to hear that." "I did," I admitted quietly. "Thanks." "You sure you're all right, Elise?" I hesitated. "Not really, but it's not something I can explain." Lisa paused. "You can try." But I couldn't, not without sounding insane. "Maybe later," I finally said, and ended the call. By 11:30, the house felt unbearably still. I stood in the kitchen, considering making tea, then decided it was pointless and just headed upstairs instead. Every sound felt louder as I climbed the stairs, the floorboards creaking sharply, the faint scrape of branches against the window. At the top I hesitated, listening hard. The house had settled into complete silence now, and it felt heavy, oppressive, like the air itself was thickening. I walked slowly toward Ava's room again, pulled by a vague but insistent feeling. The door was open just slightly, exactly how I'd left it, but something about that narrow gap felt wrong, like a breath held too long. I pushed the door wider, stepping carefully inside. The first thing I noticed was the chill. The air felt damp, heavier than it should have, almost stale, as if someone had left a window open after a storm. I moved to the window quickly, double-checking the lock, but it was secure. Turning back to the room, I noticed something else immediately. Ava's doll, the one that had vanished and returned, was no longer on her bed where I'd left it. Instead, it sat upright in the small rocking chair in the corner, angled slightly toward me. Its plastic eyes stared blankly forward, empty and glassy, reflecting the dim moonlight from the window. My chest tightened. Slowly, forcing myself to stay calm, I approached the doll. As I picked it up, it felt oddly heavy, denser, colder somehow. Without thinking, I flipped it over, turning it in my hands. That's when I saw it. On the doll's back, barely visible in the dimness, were 3 faint scratches, thin, parallel lines, like they'd been carved delicately with something sharp. They weren't random. They looked deliberate, purposeful. My breath caught in my throat. I stared at them for a long moment, trying desperately to convince myself they were meaningless. A child's careless play, but something deep inside me knew better. I set the doll down carefully, fighting back a wave of panic, and stepped away. I didn't want to stay in that room any longer, but I also didn't want to leave it unwatched. So I found myself retreating just enough to sit in the hallway, my back against the wall, eyes never fully leaving Ava's door. I wasn't sure exactly what I expected to see, but I knew I couldn't sleep. The hours stretched endlessly, slipping past midnight, then 1, then 2, the house stubbornly quiet, until I finally began drifting into a restless, half-awake state. Not quite sleeping, not quite awake, caught somewhere between exhaustion and hyper-awareness. That's when I heard it. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct, a soft rustling sound, coming from somewhere downstairs, like fabric brushing against furniture. Instantly awake, my heart started hammering. I held my breath, straining to listen. The sound continued, steady, deliberate, rhythmic. Slowly, I rose to my feet and moved toward the stairs. Each step felt shaky beneath me, like walking on ice that could crack at any moment. The rustling grew clearer as I reached the bottom step. It was coming from the living room. As I rounded the corner, I froze. The television, which I'd left off all evening, was on, muted, casting shifting colors across the walls. But it wasn't the TV that held my attention. Sitting in the center of the couch was Ava's doll. Upright, arms neatly positioned, facing the blank screen. I felt a sharp spike of fear, but before I could move, the doll shifted slightly. It didn't fall, It didn't topple, it moved as if adjusting itself. Then the screen flickered abruptly, static hissing softly through the silence. I took a half step forward, pulse racing, ready to snatch the doll and throw it outside or burn it, anything but suddenly the static cut out completely, replaced by a steady, high-pitched ringing. And then, very softly, from behind me, I heard Ava's voice. "Mommy?" I whipped around, heart nearly stopping, but the room behind me was empty. No Ava, just shadows, empty chairs, and silence. I rushed through the house, checking every room, every door, every lock. Ava wasn't there. Of course she wasn't. She was safely at Lisa's, miles away. But I had heard her voice clearly, unmistakably, calling to me. Shaking badly, I called Lisa immediately. She answered on the first ring, sleep thick in her voice. "Elise, it's almost 3. What's wrong?" "Lisa, is Ava okay? Please check her." I heard movement, then Lisa murmured softly, "She's right here, Elise. She's asleep. She's fine." I exhaled sharply, relief and confusion mingling painfully. Thank God. Sorry, Lisa. I must have dreamed something. "Go to sleep," Lisa said gently. "Ava's fine. You're exhausted." After hanging up, I stood in the darkened living room, watching the doll again. It was motionless now, lifeless plastic and cloth once more, its eyes reflecting nothing. But just before I turned away, I saw something else, something subtle enough that I nearly missed it entirely. Its head tilted slightly, just a fraction toward the window, toward something outside. Slowly, I moved to the window, peering into the dark yard beyond. There, just beyond the porch railing, standing silently in the moonlight, was the little girl from the party. She stood perfectly still, her eyes dark and unblinking, looking directly at me. And behind her, just beyond the light, a taller shadow waited, watching quietly, patiently. They had come back. And this time, Ava wasn't here to distract them. This time they had come for me. I stood frozen at the window, barely breathing, heart racing so hard I could feel it in my throat. The girl stood perfectly still, hands loose at her sides, staring directly at me through the glass. Behind her, the taller figure, just a shadowy outline, waited patiently, half hidden in darkness. They didn't move. Neither did I. We just watched each other silently, caught in a tense, fragile moment. I had no idea how long we stayed like that, a minute, 5 minutes, but finally, the taller figure shifted slightly, melting back into the shadows. Then the girl turned slowly, calmly, and began to walk away. I watched her retreat until the darkness swallowed her completely. Then I sank onto the couch, trembling. My mind scrambled desperately, trying to piece together what had just happened, why it had happened, and who or what was behind this. I'd never believed in ghosts or demons, never given much thought to anything supernatural, but now the calm certainty I'd always felt about reality had cracked. Something had come to my house, something not quite right, something that wanted Ava. Or wanted me. I didn't sleep again that night, couldn't even consider it. Instead, I sat rigid on the couch, clutching Ava's doll, now limp and cold again, half expecting to see it move, half convinced I'd finally lost my mind completely. By morning, the house felt drained, as if something had finally let go. Sunlight spilled weakly through the blinds, making the shadows retreat, and for a few minutes, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Almost. Then Lisa texted me, asking if Ava was staying another night. I stared at the message, trying to decide how to reply. My first instinct was to bring Ava home, keep her close, never let her out of my sight again. But another part of me, deep, primal, protective, insisted that Ava was safer away from whatever was happening here. I told Lisa to keep her one more night. Then I called my mom. My mom has always been practical, never superstitious, always steady. She listened without interrupting as I poured everything out. The party, the girl, the drawings, Ava's sleepwalking, the doll moving, and the figures outside. When I finished, there was a long silence. "Elise," she finally said, her voice carefully neutral, "have you considered calling the police?" "To say what, Mom? That a doll moved by itself? That a child nobody else remembers showed up at Ava's birthday party?" My voice cracked slightly. "They'll think I'm crazy." She sighed gently. "I believe you, Elise. I don't understand it, but I believe you. Maybe it's time you came home for a bit, both you and Ava." Part of me wanted to say yes, immediately, to pack our things and leave everything behind. But the other part, stubborn, frightened, determined, resisted. Leaving felt too much like giving in, admitting that whatever this was had beaten me. "I'll think about it," I promised quietly, then ended the call. As the afternoon wore on, I cleaned obsessively. It wasn't logical, but it helped, gave me something to control, something concrete to focus on. Every window, every door frame, every inch of Ava's room got scrubbed until my knuckles hurt and the scent of bleach filled the house. When the sun began to set, anxiety coiled tighter in my stomach. The idea of spending another night alone was unbearable, but bringing Ava back here felt reckless. I found myself trapped between two impossible choices. Eventually, the need to see Ava overpowered my fear. I texted Lisa, thanked her again, and said I'd come by in the morning to pick her up. Then, with nothing left to do but wait, I turned every light in the house on, curled up on the couch, and stared blankly at the TV. I must have dozed off, because the sudden knocking startled me awake. For a split second I thought maybe Lisa had brought Ava home early, but when I looked at the clock, it was past midnight. Heart pounding, I slowly approached the front door, peering cautiously through the peephole. Nobody there. I waited, ears straining. The house remained silent. Then the knock came again, not from the front door this time, but from the back, softer and steadier, almost rhythmic. I moved quietly toward the kitchen, pulse hammering in my ears, breathing shallow and quick. Through the kitchen window, I could just make out a shadowy outline standing on the back porch, too small for an adult, motionless in the pale glow from the porch light. My chest tightened painfully. "Who's there?" I called, voice shaking slightly. No response, just the soft, patient knocking again. I stood there, paralyzed, torn between opening the door and running away. After several agonizing seconds, the knocking stopped abruptly. The shadow stepped backward slowly, calmly, until it disappeared beyond the reach of the porch light. For a moment, nothing moved. Then I felt something behind me, a faint rustle, a whisper of air. My heart nearly stopped as I spun around. Ava's doll was sitting on the kitchen table now, facing the window. I felt dizzy, disoriented, like reality was slipping away. Grabbing the doll roughly, I marched straight to the trash can, shoved it inside, and slammed the lid shut, breathing heavily. Just as I stepped back, the porch light flickered once, twice, then went dark completely. The house plunged into sudden, suffocating darkness. My breath caught painfully. I stumbled backward, feeling blindly for my phone, but before I could reach it, I heard footsteps, small, careful footsteps moving slowly toward the back door. And then, very quietly, the back door handle rattled again, gently testing the lock. I held my breath, frozen in place, praying the locks would hold. Then, from just outside the door, I heard a voice. A child's voice, soft, calm, and eerily familiar. "Can I come in now?" I recognized it instantly, the little girl from Ava's party. "No," I whispered, barely able to speak. "Please, just leave." A pause, then she spoke again, closer this time, almost against the glass. "But she invited me." My body shook violently. No, she didn't. You have to go." For a moment, there was silence, long and heavy. Then, in a softer, stranger tone, the girl replied, "She will, though, soon." I waited, frozen, but no more sounds came. Eventually, I forced myself to move, stumbling to the phone, calling Lisa again in a panic. Lisa answered, sleepy and confused, but quickly sensed my terror. "Ava's right here, Elise," she reassured me. "She's sleeping. Nothing's happened here." "Please don't let her out of your sight," I pleaded. "Just please." "I won't," Lisa promised. "I'm right here." After hanging up, I sank to the kitchen floor, sobbing softly, shaking uncontrollably. I knew now, with terrifying certainty, that whatever this thing was, whatever it wanted, it wasn't done. Not with Ava. And not with me. By dawn, I knew exactly what I had to do. The sun rose slow and pale, its weak light chasing the shadows away inch by careful inch. It didn't calm me, exactly, but it gave me just enough clarity to finally make a decision. I had tried ignoring it, tried rationalizing it, tried running from it. None of that had worked. So now I was going to face it head on. After making sure Ava was safe still with Lisa, who agreed without hesitation to keep her as long as necessary, I spent the morning going through the house methodically, looking for anything out of place. Anything strange or left behind. The doll stayed in the trash, unmoving now, just another piece of unwanted garbage, though I half expected it to turn up again somewhere else. It didn't. I searched every corner, every closet, every drawer. I felt ridiculous, paranoid, driven by something I still couldn't fully name or understand, but I had to try. By late morning, the house felt stripped bare, emptied of secrets. I stood in the middle of Ava's room one last time, looking around at all the familiar things, her stuffed animals lined neatly on shelves, her books carefully stacked, and her drawings, the unsettling ones, still scattered across her desk. Then my eyes fell on something tucked between the mattress and the bed frame, something small, pale, nearly invisible. My heart skipped painfully as I reached slowly toward it, fingertips brushing against the thin edge of paper. Carefully, I pulled it out. It was another note, folded neatly just like before. My hand shook slightly as I opened it, revealing handwriting that matched the first note Ava had found. She said yes. My stomach twisted, sick and tight. I felt like screaming, like collapsing, like breaking down entirely, but instead, I folded the note carefully and slipped it into my pocket, feeling oddly calm now. Whatever was happening, whatever this girl or thing was, it had chosen us for a reason, and I was determined to find out why. That afternoon, I drove straight to Ava's school, asked quietly if I could speak privately to Mrs. Carter, Ava's teacher. She took one look at my face and immediately led me into a small office down the hall, closing the door gently behind us. "Elise," she began softly, "is everything okay? Ava hasn't seemed herself lately." "I know," I said, voice strained. "Have you ever seen Ava with a girl from another class, dark-haired, quiet, someone nobody seems to recognize?" Mrs. Carter paused, brow furrowed, thinking carefully. "I don't think so, no. Ava mostly keeps to herself. She's been even quieter than usual since the party, actually." "Do you remember her talking about anyone new?" I asked, desperate now. "Anyone at all? Someone she might have invited privately?" She shook her head slowly. "I'm sorry, Elise. I haven't noticed anything like that. Ava hasn't mentioned anyone." Defeated, I thanked her and left, feeling emptier than ever. I sat in my car, gripping the steering wheel tightly, fighting the urge to cry, to scream in frustration. But as the minutes ticked by, something slowly crystallized in my mind. It didn't matter where the girl came from or why nobody remembered her. She was real enough for us. And now, Ava had unknowingly invited her in. That night, I brought Ava home. Lisa tried to convince us to stay longer, but I felt strongly that we couldn't avoid this forever. Ava held my hand tightly as we stepped inside, her eyes nervously scanning every corner, as if she expected something to leap out at us from the shadows. The house was silent, though, almost unnaturally so. I cooked dinner quietly, Ava barely touching her food. When bedtime came, I sat beside her on the bed, gently brushing her hair away from her face. She looked up at me solemnly, her eyes too serious for an 8-year-old. "Mom," she said softly, "she's going to come back tonight. I know it." I took a slow breath, steadied my voice. "I know, sweetie." Ava stared at me, surprised. "You do?" "Yes," I said calmly, squeezing her hand. "And when she does, I'm going to talk to her. You don't have to worry anymore." She hesitated, eyes wide with worry. "But she wants me, Mom." "She can't have you," I whispered, kissing her forehead. "I promise." She fell asleep eventually, exhausted by fear and worry, curled tightly beneath the blankets. I sat beside her bed in the dark, listening closely to every creak, every whisper of the house settling around us, waiting. It was nearly 2 a.m. when the knocking came again, soft but unmistakable, this time at Ava's bedroom window. My heart leapt into my throat, but I forced myself to stand calmly, crossing to the window slowly. And there she was, standing perfectly still in the moonlight, dark eyes staring directly into mine. I opened the window slowly, just a few inches, my voice trembling slightly. "What do you want?" She tilted her head gently, considering me, her expression flat and empty. "To play," she finally said softly. "You can't," I whispered firmly. "Not here. Not with Ava. You need to leave." She shook her head slightly, almost sadly. "I can't. She already said yes." "No," I insisted, heart pounding. "I'm her mother. She didn't understand what she was agreeing to. It doesn't count." The girl stepped closer, face pressed near the glass, but she meant it. "Please," I whispered, desperate, "just leave her alone." She paused again, long enough for my pulse to hammer painfully in my chest. Then she spoke quietly, almost thoughtfully. "I could take something else instead." I froze. "What do you mean?" She met my gaze steadily. "You could say yes instead. That's fair." My stomach clenched violently, but as I glanced back toward Ava's bed, peaceful in sleep, untouched for now, I knew instantly there was no choice, not really. "Yes," I whispered, voice breaking slightly. "If you leave Ava alone, I'll say yes." For the first time she smiled gently, softly, as if relieved. Then, without another word, she stepped away from the window and disappeared into the darkness. Immediately, the room felt lighter, clearer somehow. When I turned around, Ava stirred slightly, eyes opening halfway. "Mommy?" "Go back to sleep, sweetheart," I whispered, leaning over and kissing her gently. She sighed softly, turning back over, instantly peaceful again. I sat quietly beside her bed until dawn finally broke, bright and clear, washing the shadows fully away. After that night, everything changed. Ava began sleeping soundly again, her eyes brighter, her laughter returning slowly. The house felt normal again, safe, warm, like a nightmare finally lifted. But I knew better. Because from that night on, whenever I'm alone, I feel it, the quiet, watchful presence somewhere nearby, waiting patiently. Ava never mentions her again, as if the girl never existed. But I remember. And I understand now. Because whatever that girl was, she kept her promise. She left Ava alone. And now, every night, when the house settles quietly into sleep, I wait calmly, patiently, for the soft knocking to come again. Because she wasn't finished. Not with Ava, and certainly not with me. She's simply waiting. And I've already said yes. This happened 3 summers ago, and I still won't go anywhere near that side of town. Even driving past the plant gives me that weird, back-of-the-neck feeling now. I know how that sounds. I wouldn't believe me either if I hadn't been there, if I hadn't seen the footage with my own eyes. But I did. And I wish I never had. So, the tunnel. It's a real place. Half the kids from my high school knew about it. There's this old water treatment plant on the edge of town, right where the trail turns to gravel and dips behind that little hill next to the abandoned substation. You can find the tunnel entrance about 20 feet past the last chain-link fence. It's not marked, but everyone who's been there knows what you're looking for. The tunnel's short, narrow, and barely tall enough to walk upright in maybe 6 feet at most. It's lined with concrete, and water drips from somewhere overhead, constantly. The air inside always smells like metal and mildew, and you can hear your own footsteps echo ahead of you like they're trying to warn you not to keep going. I'd heard stories, obviously. Everyone had. The usual: some kid saw something in there, don't go past the halfway mark. Someone disappeared back in the 90s. Stuff that sounded like exaggeration or older kids trying to scare the new ones. But people kept going back. It was a dare thing. You know how that works. Show you've got nerve. Walk the whole thing alone, record it, prove you did it. Derek was the one who took it seriously. He was a quiet kid, not antisocial or anything, just the kind of guy who didn't make a lot of noise. He was in my grade, but we only started hanging out the year this happened because of a shared elective. Film and media, that's important by the way. He was obsessed with documenting things, always filming, always editing little projects no one asked for. I thought it was cool, actually. Gave him something to focus on. That summer, he decided to do the tunnel, not just walk it, film it, edit it, and turn it into a short documentary, he said. Something serious but local, whatever that meant. He had a basic GoPro, the kind you can strap to your chest or helmet. He borrowed a flashlight from his dad and asked if I wanted to come with him to shoot the entry and exit for contrast. You don't have to go in, he said. Just wait on the other side. It'll take like 15 minutes max. I said yes. I didn't really believe any of the stories, and it sounded harmless. We went late in the afternoon, right before sunset. The idea was to catch that last bit of golden light while he filmed his intro. I remember exactly what he wore: gray hoodie, black cargo pants, and those same scuffed Vans he wore everywhere. The GoPro was already recording before we even got to the tunnel. He kept narrating into it, talking about the history of the plant and how the tunnel was likely part of the overflow system or emergency maintenance line. He sounded calm, focused. I waited at the other end like I said I would. It took about 6 minutes before I heard his footsteps coming through the tunnel again, but he didn't come out right away. I called his name, half joking. Derek? Silence. Then his voice echoed back, weirdly flat. Yeah. He came out a few seconds later, squinting into the light like he'd just stepped off a plane. His face looked pale. I figured maybe the tunnel freaked him out more than he'd expected. You good? I asked. He nodded but didn't say anything. Just walked past me and sat on the grass, taking off the camera like it was heavier than it should have been. I didn't press. We chilled for another 10 minutes, then walked back to my car. He didn't upload the footage that night. In fact, he didn't say anything about it for 2 days. When I finally asked him if he watched it yet, he just texted me back, "Yeah, you should see it." I went over that evening. His laptop was already open on his desk, the GoPro file queued up. He didn't say much, just hit play and stood behind me. The first few minutes were what I expected him: walking, narrating, light bouncing off the tunnel walls. You could hear water dripping, the steady beat of his footsteps. It felt claustrophobic even on screen. Then, somewhere around the halfway point, he stopped walking. The camera tilted slightly like he'd turned to look behind him. That's when the echo started. Footsteps, behind him. But the tunnel was straight, no place to hide, no other entrances. I know because I checked the blueprints myself later, and no one else had gone in. The footsteps kept going for a few seconds, then silence. The camera panned back toward the end of the tunnel. He stood still for another beat, then turned and kept walking. The weird part? He never looked scared in the video, just confused. But when I looked up at him standing behind me, he wasn't confused anymore. He looked rattled. "Go back," he said. I rewound it to where the footsteps started. This time he pointed. "Pause it, right there." I did, and he leaned over, slowly moved the cursor frame by frame. It was right before he turned back to the entrance, only 2 or 3 frames total. But there, behind him, maybe 20 feet back, was something. I still don't know what it was. The frame was blurry, obviously. It wasn't a full figure, just part of something tall, pale, and shaped wrong. No clear face, no details. Just presence. It looked like it was standing at an angle that didn't make sense, like it was pressed against the side of the wall but also facing forward. And it was gone by the next frame. I turned and looked at him. "You didn't see that when you were inside?" He shook his head. "I didn't hear anything either, not at that part." It took us both a second to really absorb that. He heard footsteps, but they didn't happen in real time, only on the video. We didn't post it. I know everyone always says that, but we really didn't. We kept it between us, maybe 2 others, and even those guys thought it was a prank. A week later, one of them, Aaron, disappeared. Aaron wasn't the type of person to just disappear. That's what made it so weird at first. He was loud, cocky, and always online. The kind of guy who commented on every group chat meme within 5 seconds and updated his Snapchat story when he so much as reheated a slice of pizza. So when nobody had heard from him in a day, it stood out immediately. At first, people just assumed his phone was dead, or that he was pulling some dramatic off-the-grid thing for attention. But then, his mom started asking around. Apparently, he hadn't come home the night before, and when she checked his room the next morning, his bed hadn't been slept in. Still, it wasn't until the second day that people started actually worrying. That's when the missing posters went up. That's when the cops got involved. They questioned everyone. I told them the truth. I hadn't seen him since the weekend before, when we all hung out behind the gas station like we always did. They asked if anything had seemed off about him lately. I said no, even though I knew something was off, just not with him. See, Aaron was one of the 2 people Derek and I showed the footage to. We didn't make a big deal out of it. We weren't trying to scare anyone. But we'd been freaked out, and we wanted a second opinion, someone who'd either confirm what we saw or tell us we were overreacting. So we showed it to Aaron and this other guy, Jake, who's the kind of person that finds every story funny if it doesn't happen to him. They watched the video, we pointed out the frame, and both of them leaned in close, like they were trying to see if it was edited. Jake laughed, said, "That's just condensation or whatever. You nerds are looking too hard." Aaron didn't laugh, though. He just stared at the paused frame for a while and then said, "If that's fake, it's a damn good fake." And then a few days later, he was gone. I didn't tell the cops about the video, neither did Derek. Not because we were trying to hide something, but because it sounded insane. What would we say? "Oh, by the way, there's a maybe ghost, or something in the tunnel by the old water plant, and we think our friends saw it and then vanished." They'd either laugh or tell us to stop wasting their time. So we said nothing. Instead, we started watching the footage again. Derek pulled up the raw files on his laptop, and went frame by frame through the whole tunnel segment. He zoomed in, adjusted contrast, tried every filter he could. I just sat beside him, watching in silence. The frame with the thing in it was still there, still just a blur, still unhelpful. But now, with Aaron gone, it felt heavier, like a warning we didn't understand in time. Derek was quieter than usual. No sarcastic jokes, no running commentary. Just a kind of cold, focused silence, like he was trying to solve a math problem that kept changing every time he looked at it. That night, I stayed at his place. Neither of us said why. It just didn't feel right to be alone. We both crashed on the floor of his basement, old sleeping bags, a couple of sodas, and the glow of his laptop looping through tunnel footage in the background. Around 2 a.m, Derek suddenly sat up. I heard something. I froze. What? Just listen. We sat there in the dark, ears straining. The laptop fan hummed softly. A faint drip came from somewhere near the water heater. Then I heard it too. Faint, distant, not in the house. From the laptop speaker. Footsteps. Not loud, not dramatic, just soft, deliberate steps on concrete. Derek rewound the clip 10 seconds, hit play, silence. Then again, tap, tap, tap. He muted it. We looked at each other. I already watched this version earlier, he said. It didn't have that sound. I checked the file's timestamp. It hadn't been modified since 3 days ago. Derek, I said, voice low, that sound wasn't there before. He nodded, eyes wide. I know. We didn't sleep after that. The next morning, Derek didn't say a word when I left. He looked like he hadn't blinked in hours. When I checked my phone around lunchtime, he still hadn't texted. By evening, I drove over to his house again. I wasn't going to wait. Not after Aaron. I rang the bell. No answer. His mom answered on the 3rd knock. He's in the basement. Didn't go to school today. I nodded and told her we were working on a project. When I went downstairs, the lights were off. Just the glow of the screen. The footage was still looping. Derek was sitting cross-legged in front of it, staring like it was feeding him something. He didn't turn when I came in. "You're okay?" I asked. He nodded once. "Derek, you need to stop watching that." He shook his head slowly. "There's something new." I walked over. On screen was a paused frame, one I hadn't seen before. It was at the very end, right as Derek exits the tunnel. Just before the GoPro shakes from him stepping back into daylight. In the shadows behind him, near the entrance, was something different. It wasn't a figure, not exactly. More like a shape, pressed flat against the concrete wall. Not pale this time, darker, textured like wet stone, with what looked like the hint of a long hand or claw just touching the wall, like it was holding itself there, waiting. I backed away. "You're done, man. Turn it off." He didn't move. "Derek." He finally looked at me. His eyes were bloodshot. What if Aaron saw something too? What if it's not about the tunnel anymore? I stared at him. "What are you saying?" "I think watching it does something. Like you're not supposed to see it. Not just the tunnel, the image." My throat went dry. "Jake saw it too," I said quietly. He nodded. "Text him." I pulled out my phone. Texted Jake something simple. Hey, all good? No answer. I tried again an hour later. Still nothing. When I checked the group chat, Jake hadn't been active in more than 24 hours. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept seeing that still-frame Derek paused the dark hand against the tunnel wall, like it had been reaching out, and then froze mid-movement. Not moving, not looking. Just waiting. The longer I stared at it, the less it looked like part of the wall. It had shape, texture, a weird curve to the fingers that bent inward too tightly, like they weren't used to being hands, like they were remembering how. The next morning, I tried texting Jake again, just something casual. Yo, you good? No reply. I checked his story. Nothing. Not even one of his usual stupid reposts or screenshots from his Xbox. I texted Derek. He's not answering. A few seconds later, he replied, "Come over." When I got there, his laptop was already set up on the desk again. Same clip playing on a loop. The GoPro footage. Again. I didn't know how he could keep watching it. I'd only seen it twice, and I was already having dreams that felt like waking up in cold water. "What now?" I asked, standing behind him. He didn't turn. "Watch." I leaned over and looked. He had the footage paused again near the beginning this time, just after he steps inside the tunnel. At first, I didn't notice anything different. The flashlight beam bounced around the concrete walls, catching water stains and weird shadows, the usual. Then I saw it, something that hadn't been there before. On the wall to the left, there was a smear, long, thin, almost like a handprint, but not quite. The shape was wrong, like it had too many fingers. "I scrubbed this part already," Derek said quietly. "It wasn't there before." He hit play. The flashlight moved. The smear disappeared. He rewound again, paused it, still there. "It's only visible when paused," he said, "but it wasn't there yesterday." I didn't say anything. I didn't have to. We both knew what it meant. The video was changing. We left the basement around noon and went to get food, even though neither of us was hungry. Just being outside helped. The air felt less heavy, like we'd been holding our breath since watching that first frame. We didn't talk about the footage for a while. We sat in the diner and stared at the menu until the server had to come back twice before we ordered. Eventually, Derek asked, "You think Jake's gone?" I didn't answer right away. "I don't know," I finally said. "I don't want to think that." "But if he is," Derek continued, "then that's two people. Both saw the footage. Both disappeared." I looked down at my plate. We saw it too. He didn't say anything to that. We went back to his place, but neither of us wanted to go inside, so we sat in his backyard instead, on the back steps. The sun was low in the sky, not quite setting, but that same weird stillness had crept into the air, like the day had stopped moving and was waiting for something to happen. "I keep thinking about that night," Derek said suddenly, "when I went through the tunnel." I didn't interrupt. I didn't feel anything when I was in there. Not really. Just off. Like I was being timed. He looked over at me. "But I don't remember turning around." "What do you mean?" He rubbed his face. "That frame, the one where the thing is behind me? I don't remember turning back to look. I don't remember stopping at all. You think the footage is lying? I don't know, he said. Or maybe I'm forgetting stuff. But I swear, I just walked straight through. No turning, no stopping. We sat there for a long time after that, until the sun dipped below the trees, until the porch light clicked on automatically behind us. That night, I didn't stay over. I told Derek I needed sleep, which wasn't a lie, but also wasn't going to happen. When I got home, my phone buzzed with a new message, unknown number. It was a photo. No text, just an image. It was grainy and dark, like it had been taken with a broken lens. But I knew what it was immediately: the tunnel entrance. The same angle I'd taken when Derek walked in that first time. Only this time, there was someone standing at the edge. Or something. I zoomed in. The shape was tall with no clear face, just arms that hung too long like they were waiting for direction. I didn't respond. I just deleted it, threw my phone across the room, and locked my bedroom door for the first time in months. The next morning, I went back to Derek's. He hadn't slept either. "There's more," he said, before I could sit down. He played the video again, this time from the final few seconds, right as he exits. His camera tilts up slightly, catching the sky for a split second. That part had always been blown out too bright to see anything clearly. But now there was a silhouette, just barely there against the light. Still, centered, watching him leave. "I swear to God it wasn't there yesterday," he said. "It's changing." I didn't doubt him. I didn't say anything. I just sat there, trying to breathe normally. It felt like the more we looked at the footage, the more it looked back, like it knew we were watching and started to show us more, just a little at a time. Not enough to make sense, just enough to keep us afraid. We agreed to stop watching, to delete the footage. Derek said he'd do it that night, wipe the drive, smash the camera. We didn't talk about it again. But the next day, he didn't show up to school. I got the call from Derek's mom around 10 that morning. She asked if I'd seen him, said he hadn't come upstairs all night and wasn't answering his phone. I told her I hadn't talked to him since the night before, and I could tell by the pause on the other end that she was already worried before she dialed. I promised to come over. When I pulled up to the house, her car was still in the driveway, but the blinds were shut. It was quiet in a way that felt wrong, like the air around the place knew something had shifted. She let me in without saying much. Her hair was pulled back, no makeup, slippers instead of shoes. She looked tired in a way I'd never seen before. "He was in the basement," she said, keeping her voice low. "I didn't go down. I figured you'd know what to look for." I nodded, already walking toward the stairs. The basement was exactly how we'd left it 2 nights ago. His sleeping bag was still in the corner. The desk light was on. The laptop was closed. No sign of him. I checked the little window near the ceiling to see if maybe he'd climbed out somehow, even though it was barely wide enough for a backpack. Nothing. His phone was still on the desk. His backpack was on the chair. But he was gone. I opened the laptop and turned it on. I wasn't sure what I expected. Maybe the video was back. Maybe it was still playing, but the desktop was empty, not just tidy, Empty. No icons, no folders, no GoPro footage. He'd deleted everything. I stayed down there for a long time, just staring at the screen like it might flicker and give me a clue. Eventually, I went back upstairs and told his mom I didn't know where he was. I wasn't lying. She nodded slowly and thanked me for coming. I left her standing in the hallway staring at the basement door. I walked home even though I had my bike. Something about being in motion helped. Trees passing, houses passing, the sound of wind, anything that reminded me I was still part of the real world. But it didn't help much. Because I knew what this was. That made 3 of us now. Aaron, Jake, Derek. All 3 had watched the footage. All 3 had vanished. And me? I'd watched it too. That night, I didn't turn off the lights. I didn't sleep. I sat in my room with the door locked and a kitchen knife on my lap. Not that it would have helped, but holding something made me feel a little less useless. I kept waiting for something to happen, a knock, a whisper, something at the window. But nothing came, which was somehow worse. The next day, I stayed home from school, told my mom I wasn't feeling great, which was mostly true. I spent the whole day going through Derek's old texts, screenshots, notes. Anything he might have written down, there was nothing. He didn't even leave a message. I thought about the footage again, the way it had changed, the new shapes, the new shadows, that hand on the tunnel wall, the smear, the silhouette in the light. It was like the more we watched, the more it showed us. Like the act of looking gave it permission. And now, even though Derek had deleted the file, I couldn't get it out of my head. I remembered every detail. That's when it hit me. What if remembering was enough? I started checking every reflection in the house, the bathroom mirror, the microwave door, my phone screen when it went black. I stopped watching TV entirely. No more video calls. No more scrolling late at night. Anything with a screen felt like it might show me something if I looked too long. Because whatever this thing was, it wasn't the tunnel anymore. It was the idea of the tunnel, and it was getting clearer. The next day, I biked out to the plant. I don't even know why. Some part of me thought if I just stood in front of the entrance, maybe it would undo something, like putting the needle back on the record, returning the thing to its source. The chain link fence was still there, sagging a little more than I remembered. The gravel trail past it was mostly overgrown now, like nobody had come through in a long time. I followed it. Found the entrance. Just a low, round concrete opening, barely tall enough to walk into without ducking. Water pooled around the mouth. It smelled sharp and sour. I stood there for a long time. It didn't feel like anything special. Not haunted, not cursed, just quiet. I stepped a little closer. That's when I noticed it. On the side of the entrance wall, right above the waterline, 5 smudges. Long, parallel. Almost like something had dragged its fingers there and left them behind. I stepped back. Left. Didn't say anything to anyone. But that night, when I looked in my mirror, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. A shape. Just a shadow at first, behind me, where my closet should have been. I turned quickly. Nothing. I looked back. Still nothing. But the feeling stayed, not being watched, being remembered. Like something had cataloged me. I thought about calling someone, anyone, but who? Everyone who knew was already gone. I was the last one left. And I had no idea what was coming next. The day after I went back to the tunnel, I finally started digging for answers. Up until that point, everything had just been reactions, watching the footage, checking the windows at night, waiting for something to happen. But the longer nothing happened, the more I realized waiting wasn't going to save me. Not anymore. If this thing was real, and after losing Derek, I had no doubt it was then hiding in my room, was just going to drag it out, let it keep getting closer. So I went to the library. I know that sounds like a weird move, like the beginning of some old horror movie where the kid finds an article from 1973 and everything clicks, but it wasn't like that. I didn't think I was going to find a headline that said, "Tall shadow creature haunts teens." I just needed something, a starting point. The town library is small, old carpet, that dry smell of paper and plastic dust jackets. It's mostly quiet except for the hum of the lights and the sound of old people turning pages too loudly. I didn't ask the librarian for help. I didn't want to explain what I was looking for. I started with local history, anything about the water plant, the area around it, the tunnel. There wasn't much. The plant was built in the 1940s, expanded in the 60s, decommissioned sometime in the early 2000s. Nothing weird in the official write-ups, just utility stuff. Engineering diagrams, budget proposals. Then I found a binder tucked away near the bottom of the local reference shelf. It was unlabeled on the spine, just gray duct tape across the binding. Inside were photocopies of old newspaper clippings, most from a now defunct local paper called the Deerfield Ledger. Someone had organized them loosely by date, no page numbers, no index, just events. Floods, fires, town meetings, a few photos of sports teams and barbershop openings. And then I saw it, August of 1989. The article headline was small, "Teen Missing After Dare at Water Tunnel." My throat tightened. I read it 3 times before pulling out my phone and taking a picture. The article didn't say much. Just that a 17-year-old kid named Jacob Drury had been last seen walking into the tunnel near the water plant as part of a local dare. His friends waited on the other side. He never came out. They searched both ends. They brought in rescue workers, checked the old blueprints, no sign of him. I checked the index card drawer to find other issues from the same month. There were 3 follow-ups. One said police eventually gave up the search after 21 days. Another said the family moved away shortly after. The last one was just a letter to the editor, some old guy writing in about how the tunnel wasn't right and should be sealed off. That one stuck with me. The letter said this: "It echoes wrong. I worked down there in the 70s. You'd drop a wrench and hear it bounce twice, but only echo once. That's not how tunnels work." I left the library with photos of everything. Back home, I tried finding Jacob Drury online. No Facebook, no family profiles, no mention in any obituary archives. It was like he vanished completely. Just a few articles from 30 years ago, and then nothing. But at least I wasn't the first. That night, I had the same dream again. I was standing at the tunnel entrance, not walking in, just staring, and I could hear something breathing deep, patient, not threatening, just aware, like it had been waiting a long time and finally decided to stretch. When I woke up, my window was open. I know I locked it. I know I did. I didn't even go near it. I just sat in bed until sunrise, hands balled in the blankets, eyes locked on the opening. Nothing moved. The next morning, I printed out one of the articles and took it to the only place I could think of, the Historical Society office. It's just a room above the post office, run by a guy named Mr. Harron. He used to teach high school history before retiring. He's got one of those gray ponytails and a collection of button-down shirts that all look exactly the same. He looked up when I walked in and gave me that polite, tired smile. "You looking for someone?" he asked. I nodded and handed him the article. "Do you know anything about this?" He adjusted his glasses and read it slowly. When he looked up, his smile was gone. "I remember this," he said. "Jacob was 2 years below me. Quiet kid. We all thought he ran away at first." "Did anyone ever find out what happened?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, but people stopped going near the plant after that." I sat down, told him everything. I left out some of the more surreal parts, the shadow in the footage, the way it kept changing, but I told him about Derek, about the video, about how all of them had watched it. He didn't interrupt, just listened, frowned deeper as I went on. When I finished, he rubbed his chin and said, "There's a theory some people used to talk about, not in papers, just quiet talk." "What kind of theory?" "That the tunnel doesn't end where you think it ends." I blinked. "What do you mean?" "Some workers claimed there were locked doors halfway through, that it connects to older parts of the plant, places not on the map, places even the city didn't have records for." "Why would a water tunnel lead to something like that?" He gave me a long look. "Because maybe it wasn't always just a water tunnel." That night, I opened my phone to find a new picture message from an unknown number. No text, just an image of the tunnel entrance. Same angle as the one before, but closer this time. The figure was still there. Only now you could see part of its head tilt slightly, like it had noticed the camera. I stared at it for a long time. Then I turned off the phone and sat in the dark, listening. I didn't hear anything, but I knew it was coming. I didn't decide right away. For a few days after that last photo showed up, I stayed inside. Didn't go to school, didn't check my phone unless I had to. Every sound made me freeze, even the normal ones, neighbors mowing their lawns, delivery trucks pulling up down the street. Nothing happened. No more pictures, no knocks at the window. But it felt like it was waiting, like the tunnel didn't want to be ignored anymore. I told myself I'd wait it out, that I'd ride it until the thing lost interest and found someone else, but that didn't sit right. I couldn't stop thinking about Derek, about the way his basement light was still on, about how the laptop was wiped clean. I thought about Aaron and Jake and that kid from 1989, Jacob Drury. All of them left behind no real trace, just rumors. Just newspaper clippings and people who eventually stopped asking questions. And I realized if I didn't do something, I was going to end up the same way. So I went back. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't bring a camera. I left my phone at home. I packed a flashlight, a bottle of water, and a little notebook with the names of everyone who'd gone missing written in my own handwriting, just in case something did happen and someone found me. I biked out there just after sunrise. The trail was empty. The grass along the gravel was taller now, thick with weeds. Even the fence looked different, like it had sagged more in the last week than it should have in a whole year. I stood in front of the tunnel for a long time before stepping in. The air was still damp, still metallic. My footsteps echoed louder than I remembered. The flashlight beam bounced off the water on the walls, catching streaks of old rust and algae in little flashes of green and brown. I walked slowly, deliberately. I didn't talk. I didn't record. I just kept moving forward. About halfway through, I felt it shift. Not the tunnel, the air. It changed from wet to cold, not breeze cold, still cold, like the kind of chill that doesn't move but soaks into your clothes anyway. That was the moment I knew I wasn't alone. But I didn't stop. I kept walking until I reached the far end. Nothing. No figure, no shadow, no whisper of movement. Just concrete and quiet. I turned around and walked back. Same distance, same chill. But now the tunnel felt narrower, not physically, but mentally, like something was closing in, like the air was being watched. I made it out. I stood there, blinking in the daylight, heart pounding, waiting for something to happen, a sound, a blur, a shape stepping out behind me. Nothing. I was alone. It felt like a letdown at first, anticlimactic, but then I realized what had changed. The fear was gone. Not entirely, but the pressure, that feeling of something pushing at the edges of my mind. It was like I'd faced it and walked out before it could finish whatever it wanted. I biked home without looking back. I didn't have nightmares that night. I slept through the whole thing, first time in weeks. My room was quiet. My window stayed closed. The knife under my bed stayed untouched. And the next morning, I checked my phone. No new messages. No pictures. Just silence. That was 6 months ago. I haven't gone back since, haven't had the urge, but sometimes I catch myself glancing at the woods when I bike past, not expecting to see anything, just checking. I still think about Derek, and Aaron, and Jake. Their parents stopped talking about it after a while. The posters came down. The school counselors gave their speeches. Everyone went back to normal. Except me. I'm not saying I know what happened to them. I don't. Not exactly. But I've got ideas. And the more time passes, the more convinced I am that whatever's in that tunnel doesn't just take people. It collects them, not physically maybe, but mentally, through fear, through obsession, through attention. And that's the thing. It only keeps going if people keep feeding it, telling the story, watching the video, passing around photos, and daring each other to go. So I made a choice. I deleted everything. The footage, the photos, the screenshots, all of it. I even tossed the notebook I'd written their names in. I stopped talking about it. Until now. You might think this whole thing defeats the point that by writing it down again, I'm opening the door. And maybe you're right, but this version is different, because there's no clip to watch. No face to freeze on, no blurry screenshot to analyze, just words and memories and a warning. If someone dares you to walk the tunnel, don't. If you're ever near the plant and you feel the air go still, leave. And if you see something in a video that looks almost human but not quite, don't rewind. Don't zoom in. Don't give it your attention, because that's how it finds you. And once it finds you, it doesn't let go. It just waits.